Time being 6:17, I call to order the City of Glenwood Springs regular city council meeting, and there it started. It is May 15, 2025. And good evening, everyone, first of all, and then let's take a roll call, please.
Mayor Dem,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski,
Present.
Counselor Schmal,
Here.
Counselor Townsley,
Here.
Counselor Smith,
Present.
Counselor Schachter.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Danielle. Oh,
And Counselor Weimer too.
is here as well. Welcome, Mitchell.
Still up.
Mostly here. Excellent. Moving to item 2, agenda changes or conflicts. I'll ask for conflicts first. If I see none, we'll go to agenda changes. I would like to initiate a small agenda change for tonight. I would like to move item 15, project updates, before item 8. And I'm entertaining a motion to do so, please.
I'll move.
Microphone, please. Somehow I'm not getting. Hang on. I'll get this in a second. There we go. It's Councillor Schachter, please.
So moved.
Thank
Move the
you.
item.
And I have wrong names on my screen. Let's see if this is you. No? Yeah, it's not.
Who's showing on her?
I have Jonathan Godis, green. He's not even here.
There it is.
I have Ingrid Russo, red, who is not here, but there's 2 reds. And then I have 2 greens. Jonathan,
You guys just speak really loudly. I'm going to reset the table.
sounds good. Thank you. So second by Aaron Selinsky about moving the item up. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? See none. Thank you. Moving on to. I can still use my microphone. There you go. Moving on to council announcements. And who has anything to say? Oh, let's see if we get. Oh, she's resetting. So Steve Yell.
I'm still learning the difference between council announcements and council comments, but so let me know if I cross lines. Tomorrow is National Bike to Work Day. In Glenwood Springs, it's going to be celebrated as an opportunity to ride your bike wherever you're going. You don't even have to go to work. And there's going to be free breakfast for anybody who rides their bicycle at Wild Coffee Roasters.
That's an announcement.
That's an announcement.
That's an announcement. Yes.
Tomorrow is, coming up May 22nd and 23rd is Glenwood Springs Elementary School 5th grade graduation. Basically, they call it their Passages program. They're still signing up community members who want to serve as audience members for each individual 5th grader's presentation. But last I looked, there are a few more slots open on Friday. It's very cool, very inspiring thing to do. I noticed in just yesterday's set of announcements of a whole long list of activities from the Parks and Recreation Department and the Community Center in particular, that summer youth rec passes begin May 29th. So apply now, get signed up for that. There's a get together, a mixer on May 28th. It's one of the more remarkable programs I've seen the city do, where basically youth have a place to go for the summer. I got a piece of correspondence. This is maybe crossing a line. This is going to be a question of policy, but I got a correspondence from the Colorado Communities for Climate Action announcing their board meeting coming up in June in Frisco. I know that the city has been, perhaps still is, a member of that. And the correspondence I got from their director was wondering whether the city is going to send somebody to that event. So that's where it may cross over into a discussion for later, but at least it's coming. And are you going to talk about the cool fire department circus?
No, you can, please. Or whoever wants to, please
I
go.
believe 3 of us went to a remarkable festival of fire department gadgetry on Saturday. We thought we were going to go see some handouts on cutting down trees that might threaten your house, but it was a full-fledged carnival, and it was a very professional one. It was an amazing bunch of powerful array of skills and equipment that this city has assembled to keep us safe. In a department that we ever so easily take for granted. So it was a lot of fun to watch helicopters and sky buckets and ripping cars apart. But it really affirmed a remarkable service that we have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Smith. Any other announcements? No, I got a short one. I just recently assigned council members to boards and commissions for the city of Glenwood, and they all got their liaison assignments. But I do want to point out that we have some open seats on various boards and commissions, and I'm going to actually start with the URA. I know we were in talk with a current member that he might re-up, but if he's not, the Urban Renewal Authority has an open seat. The HPC, the Historic Preservation Commission, has 3 open seats. The DDA, the Downtown Development Authority, has 1 open seat. The Housing Commission has 2. The River Commission is looking for a youth representative, that's high school age. And I think that's it. So you can, and Vale has several. I checked, they were all, okay. Vale has several positions as well. All applications can be found on the website under leadership and then boards and commissions. If you're inclined, or if you're interested, or if you want to help out, sign up, and hopefully we'll see you in boards and commission meetings. That's it for announcements. We will go to citizens appearing before council for items that are not on the agenda. See none, we will move on to, we can skip item 5, no reaction. Looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda. No, I'm not sure it's working. It's not. So just, oh. Just keep yelling.
Here, hold on. I can do it manually. I think.
Anyway, Councilor Zelinski.
I move to approve the consent agenda. Oh, I'm lit up now too.
And who wants to go second?
You're green.
Let's.
I second.
Yeah, I have no control, which is fine. I'm okay.
That's normal.
Yeah, that's fine. Motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
I
Those opposed? See none. Is there any comments about the consent agenda? That would be Councillor Smith. You're green on my end, but you're red.
What's gonna happen is, I don't know why it's not working for you, but it pops up on mine.
Okay.
So when he does it, I'll turn him on.
That sounds good.
Does that work?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a tidiness vote, this consent agenda I supported because it is loaded with things that I think are timely and that I think are to be supported, with one exception, item E. Just for tidiness, I'll note that I voted against that on first reading, so didn't want to be perceived as wouldn't have voted for that. The municipal court turning over fines to a collection agency. I voted for that, voted against that last time. I would have had this been a separate matter.
Thank you for your comments. And now we're moving into proclamation honoring Lieutenant Bill Kiminoff, and I am honored to read this proclamation to Lieutenant Bill Kiminoff. There's not enough room on this page to say all the good things we should say, but I'd like him to come forward to the dais. And before I start, come right here. Come here with me. And before I start reading, I want to thank you for your 30 years of dedicated service. 40 years dedicated service. What's 10 years? 40 years to the city of Glenwood Springs. It's been my home. Thank you so much. Proclamation honoring Lieutenant Bill Kiminoff. Whereas Lieutenant Kiminoff began his tenure in Glenwood Springs in September of 1985. First as a fire inspector, fire marshal. Alongside these roles, he served as a volunteer firefighter captain. Responsibilities included locating cause and origin in fire, arson investigations, and ultimately criminal investigations and prosecution. And whereas Lieutenant Kiminoff changed the trajectory of his career path in 1989 and joined the Glenwood Springs Police Force, where he served as a patrol officer until 1994. He embodies the serve and protect mantra. In those years, he played a role during the event in the Rocky Mountain gas explosion and the 1989 robbery of Smith Grocery Store, the now current site of the Safeway building. And whereas Lieutenant Kemenaugh was then promoted to the rank of detective from 1994 to 2001. During this time as a detective, he was essential in the homicide investigations of both Lucille Connor and Ruth Ann McDowell. And whereas Lieutenant Kemenaugh was then promoted to the rank of patrol sergeant in 2001, where his years of expertise allowed him to oversee personnel and help develop them into competent police officers. And whereas Lieutenant Kemenaugh was then promoted to the rank of lieutenant in 2003, and over the last 24 years has devotedly taken on the role as a department patriarch. And whereas Lieutenant Kemenaugh has honorably performed his duties with unwavering dedication, professionalism, and excellence for 40 years with the city of Glenwood Springs. Therefore, it be resolved, I, Marco Dame, Mayor of Glenwood Springs in the state of Colorado, do hereby recognize and express our sincere appreciation to Lieutenant Bill Kemenaugh for his longstanding commitment to serving our community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Glenwood Springs, Colorado, to be affixed this 15th day of May in the year 2025. Congratulations. Sorry about my mess up about the 40 years, but it was clear in the proclamation. 40 years. It's not very often that we get to see this in the city of Glenwood Springs. So that's quite an achievement. Thank you so much. I think we have some comments from Council, Bill, if you want to stick around for just a second. Can't get out of the spotlight that quick. Councilor Schachter.
Hey, I just want to say, and I won't tell tales from junior high, but Bill and I met almost about 54 or 5 years ago when he was in junior high and I was a new teacher in Glenwood Glenwood Junior High School. And I won't tell any tales there, but I've watched him and his family and his ability to serve our country, our city, his family so admirably that there's nothing that we can't say good enough about him or be any more proud than we are of Bill Kemenaugh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? He's ready to go. Thank you so much, Bill. Thank you. Ooh, 40 years. Wow. Yeah, quite an achievement. Okay, now we're actually moving on to, yes, item 15, which now has become item 8, project updates, and that would be Ryan Gordon, city engineer.
I'm just testing you.
All right. Good evening, Council. Ryan Gordon, City Engineer. So I know I think there's 4 items on here. I'm not quite sure which one is first or second, but we're going to start with Ride Glenwood. Ride Glenwood on Demand is the name of our microtransit system. So we're 2 weeks into it. I'm going to show a few statistics on what's going on just to refresh everybody's memory. This is a point-to-point system where you call up a ride. It costs $1 to ride, and it generally picks you up at your home or your origin in and takes you to where you want to go. Again, cost $1, operating Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and on the weekends, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. So on your screen, some some statistics. So far we've had 950 individual rides with just a shade under 1,400 passengers so far. Average wait time, 8 minutes. I don't know if you necessarily want me to read all these statistics, but you can kind of see there. The bar graph shows the growth. I think we're still getting the word out. I've heard some really fantastic things from users. The graph on the bottom shows sort of time of day. On the y-axis, it's a percentage, but just for information, at 10%, that's 140 riders. So again, you kind of expect to see sort of the peaking sort of in the afternoon. So again, as we sort of get this more mature, I think we're going to get better and better growth and more data. I'm going to pan down here to the heat map. So the top one is the pickup areas and the bottom one is drop off. So you can kind of see where generally people are getting picked up and then dropped off. So not unusual, kind of the hot spots. We kind of listed out some areas. That's not necessarily the exact location, but to give you some general areas in the city. So good success. We want to really communicate to everybody that this is around. It's app-based. And you have the ability to store your credit card in there. So it's a really quick function. And yeah, excited to see where this goes. So I anticipate that give you guys another update in 2 weeks. I'd be 1 month into this. And then probably after that, depending on what you guys think, probably every month or so to kind of get an idea. I guess the one question to council is, are there other pieces of information that you would like to see in the future updates? Would be my only question to you guys. Otherwise, I can take some questions on the microtransit system in general.
Anybody? There you go.
I'm pretty loud. Is there any way to capture with how people are paying, if we're getting the same people riding it time and time again, or if we're getting a wide variety of people?
That's a great question. I can look into that. But we probably can. You know, we do have the ability to pay with cash, right? So at that point, right, your name and information wouldn't necessarily be recorded. So I don't know if the information, that data is agnostic on the person who's riding, but I can look in to see how many repeat riders we have.
If
Sure.
if there's a trend, it'd be good to know.
Thank you. Councilor Smith.
Mine is kind of similar but a little more obscure. Can we tell what effect, maybe not in the first 2 weeks, but eventually can we begin to tell what effect this is having on traffic and travel patterns? Are we helping junior high students not ask their parents for a ride, and so you've avoided that extra trip for them? Or is it a different category of people who are using it for, can we identify their purposes? Or is that going to take some personal survey work?
Maybe. And I say maybe because, you know, we will be getting data from our Ride Glenwood bus service, so we can see the trends on the bus service ridership. We're also, through our TDM effort with Clear, I have a subscription to that cell phone data. So that's called Streetlight data, and that basically shows you some trends. So hopefully we can be able to look at trends. That's really important as we sort of mature, not just this, but other TDM measures. Are they working or not? So we hopefully will see some patterns if we see enough people using it, that certain demand patterns shift. So that's our goal. Certainly, I think we need some more data for that that analysis to kind of mature. But we'd love to get down to that granular detail.
Good. If that becomes possible, that'll be fascinating. I think you're right that the spatial information is going to be the most useful to define whether we need fixed bus routes on new directions, or to just teach us what we need to do based on where people are. My final question is, I don't think the council is this on the line somewhere, your tonight's presentation with these?
So I believe this
Photographs
was
and stuff?
included in your packet.
Is it? Sorry.
If it was late. I mean, this is really hot off the presses. The 2-week mark is today.
Okay.
So this is as of this morning. So we can distribute this out to you guys or put this on our website. This is a data dump that we get from our vendor. So we can include this as some part of the council packet as next time.
I'd love to look at it, but you're right. It might be of value as a public document too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nobody else? No, all quiet. Ryan, please.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next topic. Oh, there's the share button. Danielle, where's the next one here? Top. Unbelievable. I can't believe I'm in the share thing here.
So there's the right Glenwood, Sixth Street and Blake.
And just hit share here.
There's the Zoom. Remember you showed me?
I did, but I don't see it here. Oh. I'm not gonna. All right. My goodness sakes. Do we? All right, here we go. All right, the next one I want to give you is an update on our Sixth Street project in North Landing. So the big development that is relatively new, but that has been progressing is completing. Let's see if I can zoom out a little bit. What we're going to be doing here to make this project go as fast as humanly possible is do a shutdown. Initially, it's going to be the intersection of Pine and Sixth, so it's in front of the Hotel Colorado. This is going to start this Monday and last through June 13th. And I know originally when we went out to bid and talked to Gould, the contractor, we wanted to have the roads open at all the time. The last couple of weeks in consultation with Gould and trying to really complete this project as soon as humanly possible, we decided that a shutdown was necessary. So a couple of reasons why we ended up going this route. One, at this intersection, we have a lot of concrete in the road. This intersection will be a raised platform. Has lots of different colors. Well, two different colors, but they're different bands that go across the road. So as you pour colored concrete, if you don't do one pour at the same time, if you do pours on different days, the colors likely won't match. The way they make is as a percentage of additive. And so the best way to get the best product is to do it at once. And again, since we have bands, you have to wait for one set of concrete to set up. So it'd take time and it'd be very clunky to do one lane and shift over. And so in order to accomplish this and get the best product, we did this road closure. So in addition to this, not just that intersection, but again, in between the block between Maple and Pine, we have new curb and gutter on the north side, a new shared use path, all the asphalt, all of that's going to be accomplished at one shutdown. In order to accomplish the rest of the project, we will be doing a shutdown at a later date from approximately May 27th through the 13th, approximately from Laurel to Maple. And again, this is to complete all those roadwork elements. We have a crossing from the tunnel as you come out of the tunnel, then cross 6th Street. That is a raised platform as well in concrete. So some other elements that need to be done. And again, we said, look, if we're going to do one really painful aspect of this project, let's do it all at once. This is going to shave approximately 8 to 12 weeks off of construction. That's really the reason why we did it. It's not to convenience Gould or to save money. It was really to save time. The original project was slated to go through the end of this year. So by doing this, we're really accelerating that time frame. And just to reiterate, once we're done with this closure, all of 6th Street is done. Parking is ready to go. There will be some other aspects that we need to do, namely landscaping, finalize some of the lighting and do some of that. But again, we won't have the road torn up. We won't have dust issues. There'll be black asphalt down, and then parking open most of the time. North Landing is going to lag. We've kind of put a stop on North Landing work as we complete 6th Street. But that's really the idea. Then North Landing will progress through the end of this construction year. And then the last piece will be the bathroom, which will come in early next year. So in order to do this, we have a detour. And we all recognize at the city that this is challenging, to say the least. So we're recommending and routing folks up through 5th Street and through the neighborhoods. We've gone through here and signposted for no parking. We've done some tree trimming in order to make sure this route works. We have talked to both their fire and PD. In fact, with fire, we have driven their ladder truck through this area to make sure they can get through to the Hotel Colorado and beyond down to the Hot Springs Pool. We've been working with the Hot Springs Pool to make sure that they have access, right? We all recognize this is an inconvenience to everybody. We do have some temporary parking behind the old KFC that's going to be available for folks. this is a challenge and a burden for these businesses, we recognize. And so we've identified a few other ideas to try to help them out. So one, as I mentioned the previous, so our microtransit system, our Ride Glenwood On Demand. What we're going to do is anybody taking the microtransit system Ride Glenwood On Demand to 6th Street is a free ride. Similarly, if you leave 6th Street on that system, you will have a free ride. Additionally, we've been talking with the DDA and others about establishing a voucher, sort of some golden tickets. I think we're calling it 6th Street Green. 6th Street Green, right, where we're going to be distributing some probably $10 vouchers and so folks can actually take those and go and spend at these businesses on 6th Street. That's in the works. We're going to roll that out pretty soon, but we're trying to make it as painless as possible. We definitely recognize it has been a tough project. It's very impactful. The whole road, even the underground infrastructure had to be replaced. And so it is not a minor thing of what we're trying to do. But again, the whole idea of what we're trying to do with this detour and shutdown is to do one last big painful push and be done with construction. So with that, I'll turn it over to council. I know I think we probably have some folks in the audience that want to speak, but perhaps at the end of all of mine, we can have that opportunity. I don't know if you, Mayor, want to have council comments now or at the end of the rest of the.
I just want to do questions at each item,
Okay.
and then we'll do public comment at the
Great.
end. So if anybody has any questions, just light up, I guess. Councilor Zelinski, please.
I love your ideas to help those businesses. I think that's great. Mainly around that, is there going to be possibly some sort of I don't know, something that we can share publicly, like on our social media to help like get the word out about these incentives? And then on the 6th Street Green, I'm assuming that the expiration date will be like when it reopens. So they're not going to bank these bucks and spend them later.
Right. Yeah, there'll be some restrictions, right? It's going to start here next week, and then it's going to happen, the expiration date, I think, at the end of June. We're
Perfect.
finaling those
So like a
details,
little
but
bit,
it's
get
not.
some wiggle.
Right. It'll
Perfect.
be something that you can't use it for a gift card. You have
Yep.
to use it at the businesses, right? So, and we've identified, I believe there's 10 businesses in sort of, let's say, the heart of it. So,
Yep.
from Himalaya down to Gearheads and across the street from the Arts Council up to Sioux Villa and the Blue Sky and the ones in between. Yeah.
So as one who's had a business in the middle of a construction zone on several occasions, I can really speak to how valuable those incentives are. So if there's a way that we could have some sort of a flyer, virtual digital flyer, something that we can share proactively to really get it out there and get the word out, I would love to be a part of helping spread that news.
Thank you. And there you go. Councilor Smith, please.
Thank you. The source of funding for the 6th Street Green is from the project expenses or from DDA's budget, or who's paying for that?
Still be determined, but probably generally from DDA
Mm.
is kind of the driver of that, but we're still working through the details and how that is ultimately going to be funded.
And you think that there will be sufficient funding to support that to the level that needs to be supported?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Schmal? Nope. Oh. No.
Hey, Ryan, I support the idea of suffering the major amount of pain in as short a period of time as possible. I understand that. One of the things that would be helpful for us to be able to share the benefit of that is the original completion date and the revised completion date as a result of that pain that everyone's suffering. Do you have those offhand?
I do. It's not going to be well, I'll let you know. You can decide if it's satisfactory or not. So when we started this project, again, there's essentially two separate projects that we combined into one. That's the 6th Street revitalization, as we're talking about, and then the North Landing. So we bundled those together because they basically touched each other. And so when we put this out to bid, instead of saying we have a 6th Street portion and a North Landing portion, it was the combined project. And we said that combined project, which went out to bid and it was awarded, I think mid-June of last year, June of 2024. We told Gould that you have until the end of construction season 2025. And so it's a little bit clunky of saying what's the because the end construction date is going to stay the same. But again, we kind of were agnostic on what portions of the project were going to be completed. It was complete the whole project at the end of that cycle. But again, looking at the schedule over last year and again this year, when we started up construction, looking at when we were going to complete the 6th Street portion of the project, that was sometime in July and August. But again, as we've looked at that, we were able to accelerate this and working with, Gould has a ton of subs, our concrete and asphalt and electrical subs. We're able to get everybody together and be able to really optimize. So again, we would think that if we would have done it normally, we would probably be in the August timeframe when we finally could get asphalt and complete this project.
But both the combined project was to be done at the end of the 2025 construction season, which is generally October, middle of November at the latest.
Yeah, typically, what I kind of use is when the asphalt plant shut down. So that's generally Halloween.
Yeah.
So the one hiccup and why we're not going to quite meet that, we're going to have everything done except for the bathroom at North Landing. And that's because of a very long procurement time and the required state inspections. What that is it's actually a prefab bathroom that basically going to come on a trailer. We're going to have everything poured, all the utilities up to the pad. And when that gets here, we can lift it with the crane and stick it onto the pad. But again, because of a variety of reasons, that's not going to happen till early 26. But everything else in North Landing, which does include landscaping, and there's a gazebo and a little band shell benches, which you guys approved today that we went out and bought, some artistic aspects, some trusses and stuff like that. That is all going to be completed this year. Again, the only thing is going to be that last bathroom, which we'll set at the beginning of next year.
Thank you. Councillor Townsley.
Back to what Councillor Zazinski said, since we're going to do some free rides down there and ride Glenwood and the microtransit, would that be a great place if those drivers could pass out some of the green dollars to people? Is that?
Yep, I think, yeah.
Nodding in the head.
Yeah.
So, great.
And Jillian Sunderland here, who's the president of the DDA is here, and she can answer some more questions if needed. But yeah, we've identified a couple of places. That's an obvious place of like, hey, give a stack of these 6th Street green vouchers to our drivers. We're talking about the chamber, maybe some other areas, locally to try to make sure we get those into both our visitors and our locals that can actually use these things. And then, like I said, I 100% agree, Councilor Zelinski. Once we finalize all of the details, in the very near future, we'll get that information out to you to share with, your outlets along with the city's website and other places too.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, just real quick, due to the accelerated schedule, are we saving any money?
I mean,
the work is the work, but the
Work
time
is the work,
reduces.
right,
Are we
yeah.
saving any money? And if we save money, can we put in a swing shift and get this done faster than 2.5 weeks?
so we really can't really throw any more bodies at this. We
Okay.
have a couple of limitations. One is just the physical quantity of materials. And again, it's not necessarily all of just Gould. We have a bunch of subs that, again, are being pulled in 1,000 different directions. So we've already kind of cajoled them to get here. Plus, some of the other schedule delays are not just simply the quantity of people, but it's pouring concrete, and you have to let that concrete sit and cure for a while before we can drive on it, right? Some of this stuff is in the roadways, and we just can't drive on any of this stuff until it reaches sufficient strength. So that takes, now it's not a matter of weeks, it's a matter of days. But again, as we have these bands of different colors and different things, you have to pour one strip of a color, let that cure before you can pour the next one, right? And because you pour it, and then you have to take off the form boards, form it back up, right? So there's this process that just simply because of the design and the artistic nature of the concrete in this intersection kind of restricts, just unfortunately fundamentally restricts how long it's going to take. We've challenged Gould to beat their dates, so they are really going to look at it hard and make sure that they can.
But with what you know today and what the information you got from the contractors and from the subs, 2.5 weeks is the best we can do.
That's correct.
That's where we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And just the caution, right? If we have terrible storms, that's gonna be
Right.
challenging. If we dig and find random stuff, as you recall, we found an old buried oil tank
Oh, yeah.
out in front of Chomps, right? That was sort of a extreme unknown, like no one had any idea. And we think that was probably from the 50s, 60s, 70s. No one had any idea, right? So we find something like that, we're gonna have to come back with our tail between our legs and apologize. But
Okay.
we don't anticipate that. We're in a good spot, we think. And so we think the schedule is very doable.
Okay, sounds good. Any other questions? We have Counselor Smith, I think.
And thank you for the afterthought. I was reminded when the mayor asked about this closure time. Do I assume correctly that pedestrian access will still work even during that closure time? Pedestrian bridge across the river, the sidewalks to and from the pool, and the businesses on the south side, for examples?
Yeah, absolutely, right. So the bridge will be open. In fact, a lot of the prep work, which is done today on the south side, is supporting this effort, right? So the sidewalks connecting the Grand Avenue Bridge, the pedestrian bridge, and into the Hot Springs Pool, and then obviously to the west to the businesses is poured and is ready to go and has been ready for a little bit. We have the space between the storefronts and the roadway that has been fixed, and that used to be parking, but now it's kind of patio space, right? That's ready to go. So those accesses are open. So absolutely pedestrian and biking facilities are open. Again, we're in an active construction zone, so there's gonna have to be some forethought and be careful walking through, but they are there for folks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can move on to the next one.
Excellent. All right. Danielle, I swear we just did this. Where does Blake one now?
Like, just right there.
Is that really it? All right. Goodness sakes. One would have thought I would have learned this by the third time standing up here today. All right.
All good.
So I'm going on to Blake Avenue, right? So again, Blake Avenue, the award of the contract was in your consent agenda packet today. I'm awarding it to Gould Construction, who was the lowest qualified bidder. So just a real quick recap, Blake Phase 2, redoing all of 23rd Street from Grand Avenue up to Blake. Now there's kind of two Blakes. So it's the upper Blake or the East Blake, and then a section of Blake from 21st to 23rd Street. Includes water, storm, sewer, new asphalt, new curb and gutter, new sidewalk, right? Everything you can kind of imagine that we're doing it. We have a big DOLA grant, $759,000 and change that we got that's being applied to this. Also paid is our infrastructure and street tax dollars. We are starting work Monday, and this project is pretty challenging. I'm going to go to our first detour road closure map, because again, this one sort of like 6th Street has some road closures, and this thing will be an evolving animal as we move forward with this. So the first work that we're going to start, it's kind of in the middle of that road closed area. At this intersection, we have to build a brand new sewer manhole, and then there's some water line connections and some valve clusters we got to build. The only way to do it is relatively deep, is to stop all traffic and really dig in there. It's right in the middle of the road. So we're going to have a road closure at this intersection. So there's the east end of Blake and 23rd Street. So the green on the screen are some detour routes that we have. This is going to support the next phase. Well, there's a bunch of phases together, but the next task is installing the sewer line up Blake Avenue from 23rd to 21st. That sewer line, the reason we're doing it, has lots of bellies and dips into it. In fact, we are out there jetting that at least once a month to prevent backups into people's basements. The only way we can do it again is to have a pretty stringent closure. This will be a local access only in this stretch of the road in order for us to really do the work as quickly as possible. So without vehicles on the road, we can, dig without worrying about vehicles and whatnot. Just to reiterate, at the end of the day or during the day, people who live there can absolutely get to their houses. You can absolutely get to your houses, no problem. It's the people driving through that will be restricted from travel.
Ryan, sorry to interrupt. Is that the blue section
The
going up?
blue section, yes, Mayor, running
Thank
up,
you.
up north and south, up and down the page. The blue section running left to right or east to west on 23rd. As we're starting this work in the intersection, Gould is going to be potholing, so looking and discovering what utility conflicts are underground. So there'll be a rolling closure, so to speak, down 21st, or excuse me, down 23rd. And then once they understand that information, probably midweek next week, there's going to be a one-way traffic on 23rd with flaggers to control traffic. And they're going to start installing the water line from Grand Avenue up to Bennett Court and just a little ways to the east of that. That water line is a small diameter, 6-inch diameter, but the more important thing is it's a thin-walled steel pipe that has leaked before, so it's something that we must do. And again, in order to do this kind of, the least amount of pain as possible, is to do this kind of rolling closure. There will be future road closures as we get to the next aspect. So whether it's storm or paving, and we will come out with ideas and more information to the public. The city has gone through and has put door hangers on every door in this neighborhood, including businesses everywhere on the screen and further south to 26th Street to make sure as many people as humanly possible are aware of what's going on. We've had direct communication with everybody within, let's say, the direct impact. So that's on 23rd Street, the businesses, and then homeowners and residents on Blake Avenue to try to make sure we get as many people aware of what's really going on. Let's see if there's anything else that I wanted to mention on this. The other thing just to mention is starting on Monday, there will be no parking on 23rd Street to accommodate construction. That parking will be permanently gone at the end of this project. The reason why is we are installing a larger 8-foot wide sidewalk on the north side of 23rd Street to facilitate our biking and pedestrian accesses. Blake Phase 1, if you recall, included the same sidewalk shared use path to the BRT station. So this is something that we're linking up and trying to create a better network for mobility. And 23rd Street has enough traffic anyway that it really doesn't want to have parking. And as you've been out there recently, there's kind of a weird jog as you're going down. So we're again trying to fix some of the old issues. So that's kind of what's going on Blake. We'll come back with more updates as the next traffic detour impacts occur. But we're excited to get this going and complete the next phase and really do some really meaningful improvements on Blake Avenue.
Okay, excellent. Any questions about Blake? Councillor Smith.
It's supposed to be questions, but I'll say how thrilled I am about this. That it's happening, that you got it going so fast. And the fact that you are doing the full all the layers of infrastructure is what the new streets and infrastructure fund is all about. That was the promise that brings, and you're showing that it works. I also saw that that as soon as you got this announced yesterday, or maybe even just today, the closure descriptions came out on your email network, on Brianna's email network. I read it through quickly. I didn't see, was there a map like this, or can there be something like this that makes those long paragraphs a little more intuitive? I see a thumb, so I think that answers it.
Yeah. Yeah, in the cone zone has this information.
But in an intuitive way like this, not just a long paragraph.
It said there's a link.
Link to the.
There's a link to the map.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? No? Please continue.
Well, luckily for you guys, I don't have to find another piece of information. We're done with me searching and embarrassing myself and can't find a button. So I'm just going to leave this up. So the other thing that we have on the list, so the 27th Street Bridge, we're going to have a short closure of the bridge. This is the one that was just built a couple of years ago, but this is regular maintenance. So what we have to do, we have to get in there, seal the concrete, clean out the joints. Again, just do normal maintenance to make sure this asset survives. Planning on doing this, I believe it's June 7th and 8th. So this is a weekend. And so just a couple days, a day and a half, but again, when you seal this up, something that you can't drive on. Again, we recognize it's a major thoroughfare for lots of us in South Glenwood, myself included. Some on council as well. So please take note. The biking and pedestrian facilities will remain open. It is for vehicular traffic. Trying to find a weekend that's not miserable to do it, and try to find one. And if it's better than ours, I'll entertain it. But that's what's going on. So again, it should just be a day and a half of closures, but something necessary just to make sure we maintain our assets.
Okay, excellent. Any questions? Councilor Zelin, oh, sorry, Councilor Schachter first.
Given the impact of the 27th Street Bridge closure, Ryan, I know it's early in the system, but is there a way for those 2 days that you might change the availability and direction for our new ride Glenwood to facilitate transit there without?
See, our microtransit.
Yeah, and
Councilor Schachter.
making that a priority versus first come, first serve, just a thought, because that's gonna have a huge impact on travel.
That's a great suggestion. We'll take a look at it, see that may help out. And that is something we can do with our Ride Glenwood on demand system is say, look, if you're in this zone, we'll come to you first. So that we'll take a look and see if that makes sense, but I appreciate the suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Zelinski.
So I saw this and I was like, wait a minute, what? When will you announce this publicly so that people aren't blindsided?
Now.
Because I think more time to prepare would be better.
Do they call it zone?
I looked, I didn't
In-
see it.
Bottom of the on the online version, and then it's being updated.
Okay, I appreciate you. I looked at my email and I was like, I didn't see it. So thank you, because I think that's gonna help. People are still gonna be surprised, but
Yeah, we recognize our cone zone is lengthy this time of year, but it is in there.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Councilor Small.
So this may be a case where I don't agree with maximum pain for the minimum duration. Would it not be possible to do the same maintenance using alternating one way on that bridge? And for a longer amount of time, obviously, but
I'm gonna have Matt Langhorst, our Public Works Director, answer that specific question for you.
So the company we've hired to do this, let me tell you the process. We're gonna go out on Friday before this all happens, and we will sweep everything and clean everything and wash everything to the best of our abilities, obviously. They're gonna come Saturday morning. We're gonna set up traffic control at 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. The company will roll in. They'll continue cleaning all the cracks out, kind of getting everything off of the surface, doing a little bit of sanding here and there, those kinds of fun things with some wire wheels to get some of the heavier materials off of it. And what they would like to do is they would like to seal the entire thing with a heavier waterproofing material than you could use. You could use something that would dry within about 10 hours. This takes a little bit longer to soak in and actually come to a full cure. And then they're going to come back. They're going to blow out all the joints, the expansion joints on both sides, double check that they're good. And then they'll stick a seal basically all of the joints that are out there, which isn't a ton of them. But when we're going as far out as we can, because we should be doing this on the roundabouts also, we should be doing this every 3 years or so on the roundabouts, but I can't close them. Because if you close the west roundabout, you can't get out of South Glenwood, and it's only a 1-lane roundabout. You can close the other roundabout, super inconvenient also because all of the traffic trying to get off of there from Grand Avenue. So the answer is, could we alternate it? If you're using the same material, we would have to have one-way traffic set up for potentially on a night closure, because then they would have to come out, they would have to do that, and they would move on. So the question is we probably will be done at 8 a.m. in the morning. We kind of extended it to 12. So it's a 24-hour to 36-hour closure to just get it all done, get it correctly, and not have anybody in what we'll call danger of traffic, because they'll be working in a 12-foot zone adjacent to live traffic. And from what I've seen in live traffic recently, that's not super safe. So we just like to close it, get it all done on a Saturday that's not Strawberry Days weekend, or like we went back and forth on what weekend to do it. It needs to be certain temperatures at night. It needs to be certain temperatures during the day, all those fun things. So it's like, we're picking it, we're closing it. Most likely it'll be open very early in the morning on Sunday morning. Gave ourselves a little bit of cure time associated with the sun coming up and temperatures, because I don't know what it's going to be. It snowed yesterday up there. So we're just trying to cover our bases a little bit. So could we? Yes. I hate to put people in that close of a traffic proximity is kind of the thing.
Thank you, Councillor Tansley.
Going back, or, you know, it's in the cone zone, it's gone out digitally. Will we have signs on Midland for 4 or 5 days ahead of time? Signage to where people driving by that are coming there daily as a commute will pick up on that?
So we have 3 VMS signs. Unfortunately, only one works currently. So we moved it over to Blake Avenue, I think today. What we will do is even tomorrow or Monday, put up 24x36 orange signs to say the bridge will be closed, and we'll put it on both sides of the bridge facing. So that as people drive by and they go across the bridge on a normal travel, they can read them, be aware that it's coming up. And that's kind of what would be a great warning for everybody who uses the bridge. And then it'll continue to be on Cone Zone and media and all those other fun things that Bree does.
Down by 8th and Midland, just because some people go one way, they go the other. It'd be nice that might be another spot to go, okay. People prepared for.
Yeah, anybody that comes through 8th heading south, I guess we could definitely put one there. They're pretty easy. We can make them, peel them back off and keep using the blanks.
Awesome.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Anybody else? Any questions about the 27th Street closure? Now it's been said many times. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Ryan. Anybody from the public like to comment on any of the 4 items? And who might you be?
Good evening, council. My name is Lori Chase, 705
Lori.
Cowden Drive, and also 6th Street. So I had a similar thought that you had, Mayor Dem, about getting 2 shifts on that to condense the time. I'm not even going to go there. But where I'd like to discuss is that all of the businesses, save one, is really suffering from this closure and all the other construction. People look down that street, they think it's closed, or they just can't see their way in for some reason. I mean, we have businesses that haven't had a person in there for like a week, which is probably because of this. So in the light of that, and we're going to have a full closure here pretty soon, there are cities in the state of Colorado that have grants available to businesses in those types of areas where basically they're being starved for business and they can't really survive. There's 2 that I know of that are straining right now to keep their doors open. And that would be a real shame if they went out of business because the city is trying to make things better, which I'm sure it'll look really great when it's done. But one example is Rifle. And then earlier today, I gave Jillian Sutherland 2 others, Denver, and I forget the other city, that had grant programs. And they range from like 2,500 up to 15,000, depending on the gross sales. And they had different requirements for their grants. But I beg the city to find money for our businesses, whether it be $2,500 or $5,000 a piece. It would be greatly helpful to keep local businesses in business. Through no fault of their own, they're suffering through this. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Any other comments on the 4 items we heard? No, we'll see none. Okay, we'll close the public portion, bring it back to council. Any comments from on our end from what we heard? No, I see none. I'm gonna maybe in light of what you brought up, maybe bring Jillian in quick from the DDA, if I may. And could you just kind of inform us quickly what the DDA has done for the businesses so far?
Sure. So we put together a list of all of various ways. It's not just the Downtown Development Authority, but the chamber has been partnering with us and the city as well to support these businesses. So just touching on some highlights of things that we've done so far. We've really focused very strongly on communication from pre-construction to present, meeting with businesses every other week to get real-time impacts reports from them. What's working, what's not working based off of the support that we've been offering so far. Back in 2024, the main way that we focused on helping was through marketing. So the DDA I believe it was around $4,000 in radio advertising in both Spanish and in English to let folks know that construction is happening on 6th Street, but businesses are still open for business. So we really focused on those radio campaigns. The Chamber of Commerce also put together a social media campaign with their intern. And the DDA is reusing that footage as we speak with a consultant to put together a new social media campaign, just highlighting what these businesses have to offer, reminding folks that these businesses are open, and you can go there. You can walk there, letting people know about alternate parking locations. We've also partnered with the Hotel Colorado and also the Hot Springs Pool, which generously offered their private property to open up, and Gearhead Outfitters, I should also mention, open their private parking for customers for all of the 6th Street businesses. So we really were working in partnership with the different entities on that block to find alternate parking locations. I also worked with all of the businesses last year to do a Strawberry Days kickoff on Thursday evening, giving grants to businesses to be able to hire musicians, to bring some evening activity. All of the businesses banded together. It was actually going really great, but we had a torrential downpour that day, which kind of put the kibosh a little early. But we've been trying to support by doing this entertainment grant program, which is just a way where the DDA can give a little bit of money to a business if they want to have a special sidewalk sale and hire a band, just so that it's not a financial burden. So that's really the main way that we have been attacking this, is really through assisting with marketing support as much as possible. We put together bus ads that I designed, graphic design bus ads that we laminated, got printed. We put them in the Ride Glenwood buses for free, featuring each of the businesses that sent me collateral and actually responded and wanted us to do this. So as much free advertising as we could possibly do. That's what we did. We've designed a kind of a fun art scavenger hunt featuring all of the public art in and around downtown on banners that we've put on the construction fencing to try and spruce it up a little bit and make it look a little bit nicer for people who are walking through the area. So that's been just a couple of highlights. There's certainly more things that we've done. The DDA also has, of course, our security grant program. We have our facade grant program. Gearhead Outfitters has taken advantage of that. Arts Council has taken advantage of that. Fine Things has taken advantage of that. We've put significant dollars towards their exterior improvements. So just reminding folks of our existing grant programs and the ways that we can help. And so that has been our focus. We've also been putting little reminders in the gas and water bills, just 6th Street businesses are open, go, So just taking feedback from the businesses saying, well, our clients don't ride the bus. Our clients don't go on social media. Okay, we'll put them in the paper bills for people so really trying to touch as many as we can. And so that's what we've been doing so far and will continue to do. And as you've heard today, we're also working with the city for free rides to get people on demand to get there, launching a new social media campaign, and then hopefully also this voucher program may help. So.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Jillian, for jumping in and giving us all the information. It's very helpful. Councilor Zelinski.
So I'm listening to you and I'm thinking one more thing maybe that we could do is something in the paper. A lot of people still read the paper. I'm just trying to think of ways that we can hit all of this. And, kind of to the question about the grants, I think that the 6th Street Bucks is kind of that. Hopefully that will get people over there to spend the money. So at least we've got that going and we can entertain other options, but at least there's, that's an economic incentive right there. So hopefully that helps move the needle a little bit.
Thank you. Anybody else? So I just have to ask the question. From going to the DDA and being familiar with the DDA, I don't think the DDA has it in the budget to help out with, let's just call it a forgivable loan at this point. Asking legal and management, is there anything that would prevent us from doing something like that? Is there anything that, sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm just going through the motion of saying, okay, these guys are really suffering. Yeah, we're going to shut the street for 2.5 weeks. 75% of their gross, 50% help them out with a forgivable loan if they stay in business and pay it all back, or whatever. I don't know. Is there anything we could do? And if so, do we have the funds to do something like that somewhere?
I think we could probably work something like that out. The couple of challenges that we have is number one, Sixth Street is, CDOT related, right? So that ties our hands a little bit. The other thing is you have to consider what kind of precedent we're setting,
Right.
When we do some work. Having said that, the DDA does have some funds available. In our budget, we have some city manager discretionary funds available. So some kind of an interest-free forgivable loan or something is not impossible. We would have to just give that some thought.
Okay. And that said, giving some thought, what's the process? What would be after you guys figure it out, then you have to come back to us and then, or how would that go?
Yeah, I mean, I think, let me get the team together and we'll kind of think it through. We would have the ability, I would let you guys know, of course, but we do have city manager discretionary funds available.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And then we could add a supplemental amendment if we need to
Okay.
in the next amendment.
I think that's, well, on my end, at least, I think that's a great idea. Just at least look at it.
Ryan, do you want to comment more on the CDOT issues that we've got?
Yeah, the comment there is that, the project Sixth Street is being funded through CDOT funds. So depending on how we
Mhm.
provide monies, there are certain statutory rules we got to follow with how
Sure.
things are funded. So we got to walk through that and learn about that a little bit more before we get, agree to anything.
Absolutely. And I don't want to go against any rules. I'm just thinking
Yeah.
if there's a way, maybe the city could help out since, like you said, it'll be great when it's done, but it'll take a minute to get there. So thanks, guys. Thank you so much. We have other lights, probably. Yeah, Councilor Weimer.
Real quick, Ryan, was there a budget around the Sixth Street Green project, the little dollars?
Yep. We're still working on that.
Okay.
Councilor Weimer, we don't have a number quite yet. We'll come back and let you guys know what that overall budget's going to be.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. To build on your search for possible assistance directly to businesses, without getting too far into unnecessary weeds, it's hard for me to imagine how a construction funding set of rules relates to what a city might do with its own residents, that is businesses. So it seems odd that would get in the way, but.
Well, and I think really the origination of that is how it would be funded, right? I again, it's a little bit above my pay grade here, but again, the project has been funded through A&I through a grant from CDOT. So we have to figure out how those methodologies work.
Oh, yes, I'm
Correct.
doing,
So-
it would
So
not come out of project funds.
Right, we can't say the project is paying for it,
No,
right?
no,
That can't, so that's kind of where that comes from, and that's where we're trying to come up with the right solution.
I don't think anybody's expecting it would come out of the project.
Right.
The other is timing. The next time the city council meets is midway into this full closure. Do businesses need this information or reassurance sooner than the council is going to reconvene? And do you therefore need some sort of authorization to do something?
I think Jillian is DDA next week. Is that right? So DDA is on Tuesday, and let our team think about it a little
Yeah.
bit. We'll let you know how that goes. If we need to fund it right away, we do have the option of using a city manager discretionary. I'll let you guys know what we're doing there, and then if you decide you want to backfill that with a supplemental appropriation in the next amendment, that's fine.
You can use that without the council.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Small.
All right. I think it's also important to recognize that the closure is an additional pain level for a shorter period of time. As we heard, there are businesses without the closure that haven't had customers. So this impact goes all the way to the end of the construction, which is getting done sooner. So we're minimizing some impact while we're increasing some impact.
Right.
So
Right.
let's not knee jerk 2 weeks for a whole summer.
Right. Okay, well, excellent. Thank you. Anybody else? No, then I guess we're done. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Rob.
Anybody need a break? Okay, let's call for well, we're not halfway, but call for like a 5-minute recess quick. Thank you. Yeah. You did? Like, meeting. If everybody please take a spot. And it looks like we lost Sumner. I was a little too quick. He said cup, there he is. Quick cup of coffee. Okay, excellent. Moving on. This is now item 9, support for Take a Minute campaign. And I think that might be Steve starting out, or who's starting out?
It's not me.
I know, but I don't know if Steve is introducing or whatever.
Yep, I'm happy to. I
Thank
think Diane Reynolds is here to address you guys quickly. She has had a Take a Minute campaign for a number of years. Historically, the council has supported that with just a vote of support for it. So I'll turn it over to Diane. I would just remind everybody, it's a little bit hard to hear sometimes, so just try to speak into your mics if you can.
Sounds good. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. That was brilliant. Take a Minute, Slow Down in Town really developed after Sumner Schachter and I began Imagine Glenwood. Imagine Glenwood was a community-based, actually neighborhood effort to calm traffic in our neighborhood and react to concerns about increasing traffic volumes. It occurred to me that the quote that I included in your packet, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. I branched off of Imagine Glenwood and I began approaching a number of our largest traffic generators, which was the city, Valley View Hospital, Roaring Fork School District, and the list goes on. Even the churches were involved in that. We formed a committee and we came up with the slogan, Take a Minute, Slow Down in Town, because as was included in your packet, the amount of time that is different between the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit on our 1.5-mile core and an average speed of 33 by a driver that's exceeding the speed by 30% is simply 60 seconds. And if we got into our head that the only difference for our trip is simply 1 minute, doesn't that help to change your perception of driving with the concept of hurry? Hurry doesn't hold water in this community. So I would like us to continue our effort for Take a Minute in encouraging all of these large traffic generators to actually disperse information amongst their drivers, their employees, and their clientele that speeding in Glenwood is a no-go zone. Just drive the speed limit, do the duty, you're going to get to your destination, but you're going to keep this community desirable and livable and safe for everyone that is here. So I know that in our packet, I included to you some of the questions that we would be posing and asking these people that would be looking at this educational information. One of the things I've done over the last few months is I just took one of those simple facts. And that fact is, how many of us actually know the number of tourists that Glenwood expects during a calendar year? And I had answers everywhere from 30,000 up to a high of 350,000 tourists. And as sitting council members, I am sure that you are all aware that that number rivals Aspen's. Aspen's at 1.3 million and Glenwood is at 1.2. So in any given month, we can expect 100,000 additional people in our community. Doesn't that send off some alarms in your head? Doesn't that make you sit up and go, wow, we need to pay attention to how we keep people feeling safe and respected, and that this is a desirable place to be. So I understand that the Alta Group is going to be delivering shortly their safety recommendations. I also understand that you're considering the use of speed radar cameras for our city. But I am happy to continue this effort for Take a Minute, which is to engage RAFTA, the hospital, the schools, the churches, to dispense this information that is vital to our understanding about the roads that lay ahead of us. On a daily basis, if we know the facts of the roads, perhaps we will slow down. Glenwood Springs, unlike any other community from Rifle to Aspen, is approached from both sides by speeds way in excess of 60 miles an hour. And when they get into Glenwood, they do not want to slow down. If our community of 10,000 people stands up for themselves and we simply drive the posted speeds, we will begin also to turn that tide. So I'm here this evening asking for you to continue to express your support for this effort, which I believe is vital to our well-being. And at the end of the day, unless you give us another grant, it costs you nothing. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, do we have any questions? I think Councillor Townsley maybe has a question, no?
I guess it wouldn't be a question so much. It's just thank you for bringing this up and doing it, putting all the effort in it that you've put into it. And I do have one question. Is you've talked to the hospital and whatnot in a couple places. The hospital does not really have any parking for bikes. So I mean, just as, you know, it's maybe not speed issue, but as far as getting people off there, that might be something, you know, if they had better parking for bikes, maybe we get more people off the road, which accomplishes kind of the same thing as what you're looking at.
Thanks for getting a little closer to your
Sorry about that.
microphone. Sorry, I lost
Yep.
about 80%. What you
So
I
thank you
apologize.
so much for what you've done so far and what you continue to do. I think that's awesome. I think it's,
Thank you so
why,
much.
why can't we slow down
Yeah,
by a minute?
thank
I totally get that. But also, if you've talked to some of these people and you are continuing to talk to them, the hospital does not really have good covered parking for bikes. And they've got anybody that works at the hospital or knows somebody that works at the hospital, if you're not there early in the morning, you can't find a parking spot.
Yes.
So, you know, getting more cars off the road, that might be a good place to give them an alternative of, you know, have you thought about putting in some bike parking?
You know, in my looking at our beautiful city, we are actually a very car dependent community. Unless you're on the valley floor, it is very difficult to walk to any service that you need. So if we simply acknowledge that we are car dependent, perhaps we can use Ride Glenwood, perhaps we can use the bus system, perhaps we can walk and take a bike. But I'm certain that probably 90% of the people here tonight did not consider walking to this meeting. And so when we look in the mirror and we go, we're part of that problem, let's just think about this a different way and carpool, try something different, and just change up how we react to our community. And maybe we'll begin to again see that change occur.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have a question? I got a quick question for legal and administration. So by adopting this, let's say we will adopt this, what's going to happen to the signs? There's many signs that have been out and about for years, which is fine.
Have been.
Can the signs then be in public right of way, or do they still have to be on private property?
My suggestion would be is that you continue to treat the signs like you always have, which is they can be on private property. Because of a number of issues, we have a policy of not allowing signage around City Hall. So
Carl. Can you speak into your,
well,
she can't hear you.
okay. That's odd because people in Georgia can. My voice carries. What I was saying is that I think what I would suggest is that you continue as we have been, and that if you were inclined to do a motion of support, to just continue to support the campaign as the city has previously. You know, those signs, we do encourage them to be rotated just like we do any other signs. Leave them subject. Signs, and Hannah can remind me exactly, there's a certain amount of time that yard signs like that can be out without being moved to different locations.
Okay, got
Over
it.
the years, we've worked with Imagine Glenwood on that and along with the Don't Strip Glenwood and, you know, the Love Glenwood sign,
Yeah.
all of that. I would suggest that we just continue with the same policy that we always have.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that's the case, and I just
Yeah,
want to make sure everybody hears it, that just
Yeah,
because we
that's-
adopt
we're-
it doesn't mean you can put it in public right.
Like right away, right? It would continue as it has. This is just a show of support with the new council.
Right.
That you're supportive of the campaign, but you're not adopting it as kind of the city's campaign.
Correct. Correct. Thank you. Thank you, Carl. Councilor Schachter. question.
Be green.
It's coming.
So related to that, Carl, what would prohibit us from adopting this officially, that city is endorsing, take a minute and slow down a town as part of city endorsement or program? What would then prohibit us from allowing those signs on public right of way? Or why it's now a part of the city, just like Tree City USA? Why couldn't that occur without liability to the city?
I mean, I guess it could occur. Then you have to decide how many and of what types of programs you are opening up city lands to speech. And so then you're opening up city lands to kind of all speech. This is not your program. This is not, you didn't go out and buy or fund this program. And so you're really adopting an outside entities and permitting that speech on your property. I would suggest you never really want to do it in the right of way because there's a whole series of safety issues there we try to avoid. But as far as putting it on city property, I think wherever you decide you want to put those signs, that becomes an open public forum at that point. And so it doesn't matter who comes before you and says, I want to put my signs in front of City Hall. They get to put their signs in front of City Hall.
Even if they're not formally endorsed by the city? That's what I'm trying to say. Is there a distinction?
I think the nuance that I'm trying to draw for you is that this is not a city generated program, right? This didn't come out of the city as clearly you choosing a particular type of government speech. And I would really want to brief this up for you because talking about complicated First Amendment law on the fly is not always the best thing. But you can choose certain things as government speech. That is your speech as the government regarding that. We've seen that quite a bit about like what flags are being flown on flagpoles. If it is you buying the flag and choosing the flag to fly it on a flagpole, that's fine. If you are like the Boston case saying anybody can put a flag up and then somebody wants to put up a Nazi flag and you say no, you don't have a choice to say no anymore. And I think that's where we need to be really careful about what we say, this is okay and this is not okay, because we can't regulate the speech. And at least for now, it is not a city program. It was not your speech, not your government speech being made. And so I think you just need to be really careful about that. And we need to kind of revisit the policy on how you adopt that. Because I do think that it is fairly easy to step from here to, hey, you have opened up a public forum. Anybody's speech is allowed, whether you like it or not. And so we have historically there's lots of places to put those signs that don't require they be in front of City Hall or on city property. And we accomplish essentially the same goal.
All right. I guess my question would be, and I don't want to delegate at this point, but at some point, perhaps a reconsideration, or even if it means a brief white paper that says, look, this has been a program that's been endorsed. It's been in place a long time. We just heard a presentation about traffic cameras changing behavior, which is what Take a Minute about. It might help at some point to have a clear guideline as to what the city can officially adopt, even if we paid $1 for a slogan that dovetails with all our traffic and safety goals. Is that door really wide open? Are we equating a public safety message with a right-wing?
We absolutely speech.
Abolitionist?
I can't tell the difference between the two things you said. They are both speech under the First Amendment. That's the legal standard, right?
So we can lend support to Diane in a.
You could do a grant, you could do a lot of things. You could do all kinds of support for that program. I think where I'm trying to distinguish, and I know this has been an issue, and I'm still unclear as to why, given the amount of space in town there is to put these signs, and I see them everywhere. I think what we're really talking about is a narrow issue regarding whether they go on city-owned property
or not,
right? And what that opens up in terms of a public forum and neutral, our administering that neutral in a neutral manner that is not discriminatory regarding any speech that would go in that location,
Thank you.
right?
Thank you.
I'm gonna need therapy after this.
So do I. Anybody else?
Legal,
Sumner?
I'm like, okay, it's.
All right,
I need
thanks.
therapy.
Yeah, Counselor Schachter, please.
Well, at this point, I would make a motion, I would make a motion that we continue our support for the Take a Minute program and Slow Down in Town. And since it does dovetail with the safety mission of the city, and where applicable, we can offer Diane support where appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Zelinski.
Yeah, I would like to second that motion. And then I will make a comment.
Okay, we have motion and a comment. I'm sorry, motion and second, any comment?
So I.
Please go. Yeah.
I just want to say, like, I'm so appreciative of a grassroots effort, which I think are really impactful and valuable and augment the work that the city is doing. That said, I do think this, as you said, dovetails into what we're already doing with the speed enforcement cameras, the comprehensive safety action plan, some other things. And so I feel like this is powerful support. And it does not force us to do things that are uncomfortable. So thank you very much for that.
Okay, excellent. Any other comment? We'll see none. We'll call for the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And those opposed? We'll see none. The motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. People love it. Okay, all right, item, I think it's 10. If I renumbered it correctly, I think it's item 10. And that would be the presentation by the Botanical Garden Group. Please state your name and whether you live in the city or not.
Hi, I'm Laura Speck. Did you tell me I have to say where I'm from? Glenwood Springs?
Just if you live in the city or not.
I live in the city. I thank you so much. This has been something I've been working on for 4 years, and as I like to say, the seeds have started to get planted, so I'm kind of excited about that. And obviously tonight, we're still in the very much the initial stages of getting a presentation towards you. I gave you some initial stuff for your package tonight. I think that, we're diligently working on our business plan, in getting our 501c3 status, in gathering our community resources. But for tonight, I'd like for Caroline to give you some cool updates about the greenhouse, since that's a little bit more of a priority. So I'll find it.
Can I have your name too, please, and whether you live in the city?
Carolyn Meadowcroft. I live in Glenwood Springs, outside of city limits. So I have been corresponding with Nick Emmenheiser, who is the developer for what's now the Canyon Vista affordable housing project in West Glenwood, where the Glenwood Gardens has been located, and the greenhouse that is there. So I've been in touch with him for a while, and he has brought me into conversations with Pickens County Open Space and Trails, because the developer determined that because this greenhouse had originally come from Redstone, which is in Pickens County, that they wanted to go back to Pickens County. And so Pickens County did their own small assessment, and then they had a more in-depth assessment of the greenhouse done by SGM Engineering. And the Open Space and Trails Department has determined that they are not going to continue to pursue anything in connection with that greenhouse, mainly because the building permit process and moving that greenhouse to Pickens County and Redstone area, where there was a much higher snow load, that they could not meet the building requirements for Pickens County. So they backed off and said they're not going to continue. And from information I've been told, it does not appear that Redstone Castle or the town of Redstone would be doing anything either. So we've raised our hands and said we are interested in becoming involved and seeing what we can do as an organization to keep that greenhouse here in Glenwood Springs. And SGM has provided, they've given me a copy of their report. And it, just so, I'm going to read just a couple sentences from this report that they did. And what they're saying is that it appears structurally feasible to disassemble and relocate the original steel framing and superstructure. The original stone foundation might have some issues, but could be used as a veneer on a new foundation. And then there'd obviously be the permitting process and everything that, you know, in the area that it would need to be. But SGM does say that they are available and interested in the efforts to save and relocate the structure, and that if Pickens County is not interested, then they would be happy to provide further assessment and proposal for the analysis for whoever then does step forward. So there has been some work done. It's, you know, it's just preliminary, but it does look like there is some feasibility that something could be done in an area that is not Redstone.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions?
Oh.
This is just informational, as you know.
Okay, excellent. Then back to us for questions, and we'll start with Councillor Zelinski.
So first of all, congratulations on getting this far. I know this has been a passion project that I think has a lot of value to the community. How far have you gotten with the formation of your official status, your 503C status?
Mhm.
Have you filed?
We have filed the initial articles of incorporation with Colorado Secretary of State. We did that in February. We have provided or prepared bylaws that are currently being reviewed by an attorney on kind of a nice half pro bono basis. That should be, the review should be completed this week or first part of next week, I guess, since tomorrow's Friday already. And then we do have to have a vote by our members. Information has been provided to them. We are anticipating by the first part of June that we would have this hopefully in place.
Excellent. And then as far as the actual greenhouse, has there been any collaboration with Historic Preservation to see if there's any like grants or anything that could be obtained to help with the feasibility of relocating that structure? And I know we went out and did a site visit and, you know, like a lot of the panels, like it looks like the framework is pretty substantial and intact, but a lot of the panels, so there would be some revitalization and restoration that would need to happen. And I'm wondering if there's any preservation grants that you look into.
We're gonna ask. Well, I've actually have spoken with Bill Kite, and it was kind of off the record, just a conversation, you know, to friend of friend. And he said that it probably would not fall into any kind of a historical designation because it had been moved.
Got it.
So going through an official process like that, there probably would not be anything specifically available that would be considered a historical preservation.
Got it. Okay. And so then along that topic, have you had even just like a rough draft of like a pro forma or some sort of a process for how you would begin to raise the funds for that relocation to, you know, to see about the feasibility of making that happen?
We have not gone very far into that because this is just informational. As you can imagine, we need to have a place to take it. So we wanted to provide information in connection with what could be done with the city for a location, for botanical gardens. We could spend hours and lots of manpower to put together all kinds of numbers, but it's kind of a moot point if we have nowhere to move a structure, even to store the structure until something could be done further.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Small, please.
Excuse me, I read
Let's
through
push it
your
again.
goals and objectives and congratulations to have them so well organized. It's a big task that you're facing, so your list of things will help you identify just how big a task it is as you go. I encourage you to continue. I encourage you to find an alternate location because I think you'll find that this is going to be a much longer process than what the developer of that property is going to want to tolerate. So it's going to have to get out of there and go somewhere else because the probability of you having all of your goals in line before it has to be gone are pretty slim. But don't give up. Just recognize the task and be prepared for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Schachter.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner or Councilman Schmal. I agree. I was gonna ask you what the timeline is. I suspect I would agree that the timeline when you talk to SGM or others, can it be deconstructed and stored in a safe manner or not? Other locations, I don't know if you've talked to CMC, Smith Property, others, but more, just importantly, basically, one, I want to make sure I understand the botanical garden concept has been before us for quite a while. Are you saying that's conditional on getting the greenhouse or not? Okay, want to clarify that. Secondly, the dollar structure, I imagine it's going to be pretty intense. And I think alongside that, as you put together a business plan, if you even think it's realistic, also take a look at long-term maintenance because Parks and Rec does not have the wherewithal to do that as all. So I hope if this moves forward, botanical garden with or without the greenhouse, I think there's great homework to do. I think there's receptiveness in the community, but there's a big burden on your shoulders. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, one more question.
Yeah, please.
Acreage. Do you know, perhaps, Lord, what is the acreage of, do you happen to know the Grand Junction Botanical Garden down by their Riverwalk, what their acreage is by any chance?
What's your name, please? What's your name?
Maybe 4.5.
That's all, okay. I was just trying to get some scale. Thank you.
Sorry, I just assumed everybody knew me. Anita Moulton. I grew up in Glenwood Springs.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
That's all. Okay, great. Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you. Just because either my brain or my pencil wasn't keeping up. Carolyn, can you help me be sure I am keeping up on three things, and then a question. When you were discussing your organizational preparations, Secretary of State bylaws, that was for this botanical garden project, not specific to a greenhouse project. Is that correct?
So actually the direction that we are going at this time is incorporating the Glenwood Springs Garden Club as a 501c3.
Oh, okay.
And this would be a project under the Garden Club or as an arm of it. That was the direction that we were going. The Garden Club has been in place for since 1939. 95 years. Yeah, a long time, and has a strong membership. So it looked like a nice basis or a foundation for the project that we would be looking at. The greenhouse, and this was something that had been discussed before the greenhouse even became a possibility. The greenhouse possible location just sort of fell in our lap as something to get behind.
Good. Thank you. That's much more clear. Thank you. And Councilor Zelinski, your exchange got me partway there, and that helped me. Thank you. You described getting some professional engineering assessment of the structure. If it's fair to ask, who's paying for that?
So the report that we have now was handled by Pickens County, and they said, we're not going to go forward, but we're happy to share the information with you. I personally have not reached out to SGM yet because we wanted, conversation here. But they didn't charge us. They copied me in on everything, and they were kind of amazing, the information that they shared. And even the developer said, gosh, we'd love to have the greenhouse stay in Glenwood. A lot of people remember it or used to work there. So whether or not, we realize there will be additional work, obviously, and additional funds that we'll have to work to obtain, but right
Thank-
now we're
that
working on what's
that
been
leads
done.
right well to my other question. As you described Pickens County's decision to not act, but provide the
Yes.
information they had, you also mentioned, I think you phrased it, it appears that the castle doesn't want it. Has that question been outright asked and answered?
That was not from our perspective to ask. That's coming from the developer. And I specifically asked the developer if they would be contacting them so that we were not stepping on anyone's toes. And he advised me that from everything that he knew, that they would not be pursuing it partly because of funding.
Okay, thank you.
If that was something that we needed to obtain directly from them, then we would certainly pursue that.
Thank you. And then the punchline question for me is, are you actually asking something of the city tonight? Are you asking for storage space or other assistance?
I mean, I'm curious as to, this land parcel, when I walk by it every day, it's another staging zone. So I mean, I might have some questions from city, like, what's going on with it. I mean, I can also just ask Matt, I guess, at some point, just like, what's the status of that land parcel that we're interested in? Because I know we still need to kind of get it officially designated to a park. And we've talked about that conversation before. So, maybe we're just kind of hopeful that you'll guide us tonight on what's the next steps to do.
Thank you.
Okay,
You're right. I will turn to others for that answer if you didn't already have it. So
thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we'll see none. So my guidance would be that you finish your business plan, you get money lined up, at least some sort of an intent that somebody will help you. And you actually might go a step further and say, hey, this is the parcel we're interested in, and this is what it could look like. So get a rendering, get a plan.
We did just get a landscape designer on board today, so yay.
Okay, excellent. And then come back with a full presentation and say, this is what we intend to do. And we'll go from there. I mean, like we all said, you have work to do, but it sounds exciting. So please keep going. All right, thank you.
thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
I just wanted to finish up by saying that on May 30th over at the library in the community room, we'll be having all the people that have said we're interested and get a little bit more information from them, and whether it's in kind or if it's dollars or whatever. And I think that that would answer a lot of your questions. And so it's at 5 o'clock at the community room at the library. And we have a lot of good people that are working on it. So
Come join us.
yeah,
Put it on your
absolutely.
agenda.
Let's notice it.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Zelinski has a final thought, I think.
After that meeting, feel free to send an all council email to give us an update. I think keeping us informed along the process, and then we can help give guidance or answer questions as you go in real time will help keep the momentum going.
I love sending you guys emails.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good point. Okay, thank you so
Thank-
much. Thanks. Okay, moving on, item 11, Workforce Housing Advisory Board funding recommendation for mobile home park preservation. Kevin Reyes.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Reyes. I am the Housing Development Manager for the city. And tonight we're going to be going over the Mountain Mobile Home Park requests for funding. I have the team from the nonprofit from the Front Range called Thistle. They're going to do a presentation after I do a quick introduction on what the ask is. But for a little context, the Mountain Mobile Home Park is located off of Highway 6, adjacent to the Bighorn Toyota dealership. And there's 40 dwelling units over there. And many of them are homes to long-term residents. And I would encourage council, if you haven't had a chance to do so already, Exhibit A is a sort of an informal census that gives you a little bit of background on the folks who live over there. And the park was recently listed on the market for just over $4.5 million. And if this park were to be purchased by an outside entity, some sort of, hedge fund or other company with cash available to buy it, there's sort of two likely scenarios that would happen. The first is that the lot rents would be increased significantly. It's a likely outcome. And that would be very challenging for the residents because over half of the households earn below 20% of the area median income. So a raise in lot rent would severely impact the residents over there. The other scenario that could possibly happen if this was purchased by an outside entity is that a new owner could redevelop the property. There's no zoning or covenants or deed restrictions or other sort of legal mechanisms in place right now that require this to remain a mobile home park. So a new entity, in theory, could raise these homes and displace the residents all at one time. So to avoid that, the residents have gotten together and they have formed a co-op to try and purchase this mobile home park as what we call a resident-owned community, or a ROC for short. And so what they're trying to do is working with this nonprofit Thistle to help make this a resident-owned community so that the residents can own the land underneath their mobile home parks. And so the request for this evening is for council to consider funding this project and with $2C from the Workforce Housing Fund. And as you'll see in Exhibit C of your packet, there are several scenarios described as to how much money would impact the overall rent increase on these homes. And this item went before the Workforce Housing Fund Advisory Board in April, and they reviewed it and they met with the residents, and they decided that they recommend providing $1.5 million of 2C funds to help these residents acquire this park so that they can continue living in this location without a huge burden on rental increases. So that's the recommendation before council this evening. There are conditions that are prescribed that I'm happy to discuss if you're interested in understanding a little bit more about that. But before we do that, I do want to give the Thistle team an opportunity to present and give council a little bit more understanding of how the ROC model works, because this is not a normal acquisition of a mobile home park where it's owned by one entity. So I want to give them a chance to go over that real quick. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and queue up their presentation. Okay. Right. With that, I can hand it over to the.
All right, thank you. Welcome, hello.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for having us tonight. My name is Elizabeth Cheney. I'm a portfolio impact manager with Thistle Community Housing, a nonprofit based out of Boulder County, but we work all across the state of Colorado. Myself and my program director, Tim Townsend, will be presenting for you all briefly tonight on the resident-owned community model. So thanks to Kevin for that great introduction. In the interest of time, I'll kind of breeze through some of this, but we'll certainly have time for questions at the end. A brief on Thistle. We're a housing nonprofit focused on the preservation of affordable housing, incorporated as a 501c3 in the mid-1980s. We have our mission statement there. I won't read it to you all, but we have several lines of business, including affordable rental housing units, mostly in the Front Range, a community land trust model with a mobile home park in the Front Range, the development of rental and ownership properties, and then the most recent branch of our nonprofit, which is ROC USA, or Thistle ROC. Again, as Kevin mentioned, that stands for resident-owned communities, and we have been working with mobile home parks in Colorado since about 2017. skip over this, but to give you all an idea of kind of how this works is the ROC model started in the East Coast in the mid 1980s. And as Kevin mentioned, you know, in traditional mobile home park model, folks own their home, but they don't own the land under their home, which puts them at risk for things like unfair evictions, rent hikes, or complete displacement, as we've discussed tonight. And so some folks on the East Coast in the mid 1980s figured out that this was an issue. And so what they did was form a model wherein residents can use proprietary materials to form, in Colorado, a C Corp, but form a cooperative, seek funding or find funding through a lender that we have access to with ROC USA, and then buy the land under their homes, and they run it as a cooperative. So they have a voting share, they control their destinies, they vote on their rent hikes, all sorts of things. And so you can see just here briefly that there are resident-owned communities, about 350 of them throughout the United States. There's a cluster sort of on the West Coast, a cluster on the East Coast, and Thistle comes into play here. So we are a different nonprofit than ROC USA, but we work in partnership with them. So when ROC USA decided they wanted to scale their model beyond the coasts through the country, they essentially designate a nonprofit in a given geographical area to implement the model. And so Thistle is what is called the Certified Technical Assistance Provider, or the CTAP, for the Mountain West region. So we are in partnership with ROC USA. We have access to their lender, and we use their proprietary materials, including their model, for mobile home parks in Colorado, of which there are many. And one quick thing I'll just point out on the map here, we have currently 11 mobile home parks that are resident owned in Colorado, and several in the pipeline, including Mountain Mobile Home Park, Glen Valley Cooperative here in Glenwood Springs. So what is a ROC? I mentioned it is not a nonprofit or a 501c3 in Colorado, but it is a not-for-profit business. In Colorado, it is run as a C Corp or cooperative. The cooperative owns the land and they manage the business that is the mobile home park. Each household has a right to membership. Members continue to own their homes individually, and then as members of the cooperative, should they opt in, they then own an equal share of the land beneath the entire neighborhood. So not necessarily that they own their individual lot under their home, but rather they have a share in the cooperative. The cooperative owns a piece of land in its entirety. And this is a limited equity model, so co-op shares have a fixed value that does not increase. And then we just think this is a really helpful graphic to understand the difference between a commercial or an outside entity, kind of like Kevin was speaking about earlier. So in an investor-owned park, you can see kind of the bucket that should be on your left side. Rent goes in from the residents. Of course, a portion of that goes to the maintenance of the park, plowing, trash removal, other expenses, property taxes, whatever it takes to maintain that park. But then, of course, there is sort of a sieve out of that bucket at the bottom that is profit for that owner. In resident ownership, that sort of leak at the bottom is removed. And so rent goes in, and resident-owned cooperatives or ROCs operate simply on a 1.1 debt service coverage ratio. So there is no profit line here. The rent goes in for what it takes to maintain the park, and then there's a 10% cushion for emergencies. And that helps to maintain affordability in perpetuity. And then just a brief on how ROCs work. They're run democratically, so one household is one vote. Members must own their home. They must reside in the community. They elect a board. So a board of the Glen Valley is here tonight. You all can raise your hands, but the board is elected by the membership, and they govern the business, empowered by the membership. And they adopt key documents that govern the co-op. And then, of course, the requirement is that they are supported by professional property management. There are many, many advantages. The biggest one is, of course, stable rents across time. Better control of maintenance. We know that often mobile home parks that are owned by corporate owner investors are subject to deferred maintenance, if not complete negligence. And in resident-owned communities, the needed maintenance does get completed as a requirement. And then just lastly, this is a quick graph showing ROC USA Capital Finance communities, or resident-owned communities, are that small red line on the bottom. The average annual increase in rent is 0.9%, always voted on by the residents. Whereas you take that blue kind of graph that goes all the way up to the very top, and that's a commercially owned community, that increases on average 7.1% a year. So quite a big difference in resident-owned communities. This talks a little bit about what it requires of communities. They know that it's a heck of a lot of work. I've been meeting with this board every single week for about 15 weeks now, working on making this purchase happen. Board members and community members completely volunteer-based. Nobody is paid. And so they must volunteer to build out things like the bylaws and rules, and commit to receive training from Thistle, which is where we come in and help. And then this just gives you an idea of the rock portfolio we have in Colorado, all the way to Durango, several in the Front Range, Leadville, Boulder, Johnstown, Littleton, etc. And I'll pass it to my colleague Tim Townsend to talk about financing. Thank you so much.
Hello, council members. Excuse me, I've been talking all day, so if my voice is a little hoarse, sorry about that. So really quick, I'm going to touch base on what the role of Thistle is when we go into these transactions and we work with the residents and, go into a huge commercial real estate transaction, which most oftentimes a lot of the residents have not had that experience in. So what we do in our certified technical assistance provider role is that, when our partnership with Rock USA Capital, we're the only group, or Rock USA, sorry, we're the only group in the state of Colorado that can implement the resident-owned model. So there are others out there that are nonprofit owned or maybe a land trust, but we implement solely only the resident-owned model. And so our role, we wear several different hats. So we go into the acquisition and we wear the hat of the acquisition drivers. So we have a team that only focuses on the due diligence of the whole purchase, the pro forma, guiding the engineers who are coming in to get all the information. We make sure these residents know everything that they possibly could before they sign that final document at the end of becoming owners. And so we guide all of that. We get all the information ready for them. We work directly with the lender. So we have our direct line with Rock USA Capital. And so we coordinate everything with them to make sure all the underwriting is done correctly and in a supportive manner for the residents. We provide all those templates that Elizabeth mentioned that are Colorado State approved by the attorneys we work with. So they don't have to create bylaws from scratch. We have it there ready for them, and we coach them on the importance of having bylaws and community rules and so forth. And then we help them build out their budget. So, they're going to own their business after this, their community. And so we help coach them on building out a budget that is going to be for them to make sure they can operate it successfully long-term. And we do that with them even in our post-purchase role as well, which can go 10 years to 30 years. And then we also do a lot of trainings with the board members to make sure that they are built up to navigate their new business and what may come up. And it could be organizational development pieces. It could be conflict management, anything of that sort. We're there to help train them. So they are not in this alone by any means. And then post-purchase, we continue all of that training. We don't want them to ever feel like they're out there alone. And we want to make sure they have the skills they need to run their business. And so we have a team dedicated to training. We have a team dedicated to compliance and then resources. Those are our three big areas. And then we also stay on in a other side role, if you will, as the loan servicer to make sure that they are staying compliant with their loan for the life of their loan. And so we wear, like I said, quite a few hats to make sure we can get them through their ownership successfully. And then really quick, I'll touch base on the opportunity to purchase law. If some of you are familiar with that, and this could be a refresher. If you are not, I'll be quick. So opportunity to purchase is legislation in the state of Colorado that's got us all here in the room, basically. So all the residents of the community have an opportunity whenever the owner decides to list it on the market to come together. They have 120 days to secure financing and then make the offer and then purchase their park. And so that legislation, we're some of the few states in the nation that have that. And so it's a very powerful piece of legislation that empowers residents to be able to have a say in their, in their long-term success and their affordability, pull their community off the speculative market so that way they cannot get bought out and then have someone come in and raise rents. In Colorado, there's no limit on a rent increase. There's only a limit on how often it can happen, once a year. And so them becoming resident owned, they're in control. They'll know now where the money is going, what the business needs. And so the opportunity to purchase really provides that opportunity for them to come to the table. And then just touching really fast on, I don't want to take too much time because there's gonna be a lot of questions, but talking about our financing partner, Rock USA Capital. So they are a nationwide, they're a CDFI. And they can provide up, a loan up to 110% loan to value. And so, if we're looking at the scheme of what most lenders can come in and work and support and, on a acquisition like this, their loans are very favorable to residents. They have access to subsidized pools of money. We raised $50 million several years ago of acquisition pool that is about 3% interest right now. And there's a chunk of their loan at the end that will be coming from that. And then them being a nonprofit bank, CDFI, they get access to subsidized funds elsewhere. So they're also coming in with a much lower interest rate. Right now, we're seeing that rate around 5%. So they're coming in with access to some really great financing that can help make sure that the loan for the residents can make the rent increase as less of an impact as possible. And then some of the other partners that we come in and work with, you know, they're different foundations. The Health Foundation has worked with us on different pools of money as well as the Colorado Trust. We work closely with DOLA and the Division of Housing. We administer a grant for them for strictly resident-owned communities to avoid rent increases. So becoming a resident-owned community, they're going to get access to that grant that we are able to support with. And then we also have partnered with local governments like you all in helping build favorable loan terms with the money that they would be contributing. We've partnered with the city of Golden, Boulder County, and the city of Lafayette so far. And we're currently in a deal with URA, mapping out what their contribution will look like. So this is not a new space for us. And you know, we definitely are here to help you and hopefully help these residents seek and secure resident ownership. And then these are some of our awesome resident-owned communities. At the end, they have a We Own It party, and I guarantee this group will too, and hopefully you all will be there. It's a lot of fun, and so definitely we'll open it up for questions that you all may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions at this point? Let's see, let's start with Councillor Schachter.
Several. Thank you very much, Tim. This is awesome. Couple questions. Could you quickly, either you or Elizabeth, summarize the opt-in, what is actually involved for the residents to opt in at the time of purchase, and what happens to residents that don't? And third part of that would be what happens for somebody who has opted in and now sells their unit?
Yes, so keep me on track to make sure I answer each level of that. So in the beginning, when we engage with the community, what Thistle, our expectation and requirement is that we want to see 80% of the community is engaged and want to be part of this purchase. And the reason being is that we want to make sure that it's going to be a long-term success. And if it's less than 80%, we're running a risk that it's not going to be very successful. So we go in and we want to see that membership rise. And so if they don't have that, then we would not engage with them long-term. So let's say that we get into the acquisition process, and this is really the only window that you can have a member versus a non-member. If there are some of those residents, that 20% who don't really want to be part of it, that's okay. In this space, they're allowed to have a non-member stake within the community. They don't necessarily get to vote by not being a member of the cooperative, and they won't necessarily have access to all the same things that a member would have. Like if you think about, you know, this could be a terrible example, but like with REI, you know, if you're a member of the REI, you get access to garage sales, you get access to your dividend every year, you get access to different things, right? So they're a cooperative. This is a similar setup, if you will. Like, so the members get access to making all the decisions for the community. A non-member would not get that. They would not be asked to move out. They can stay. They would just have to live and follow the rules and everything that the community has built out for them. Then looking past purchase, say we've closed. Now we have our members and our non-members. Anybody who sells their home, that's their equity, that's their, you know, that's theirs. We don't have a say, the ROC doesn't have a say in that. Their home, they make that decision, they sell it. They then leave, they get their membership fees back. So whatever they had contributed to pay in to join the cooperative, they'll get that returned to them, and then they can move on. They can choose to transfer that fee to the new resident who's coming in, or they can make sure it's included in the, you know, the overall real estate package that they're doing with their home. But it is required that after the close, after they own their community, that everyone who does move in is required to be a member. So that non-member window is now closed. And so everybody coming in is now building and being part of the cooperative in the membership space.
So what kind of financial commitment is there to opt in initially?
So initially, when we come in the very beginning to get the cooperative even up and running, we ask for $25 fee. And when I say we ask for it, it does not come to Thistle. Thistle has nothing to do with their bank accounts or touch any of the co-op's money. So they have to pay that initial $25 because it shows that you're joining the cooperative and you're getting up and running. So that's their first fee. And then the second fee is their membership fee, and that's the final fee. And so that's something that the community decides. They'll decide what that amount is. We provide a range that the lender prefers, which is, anywhere from $100 to $1,000. None of our Colorado Rocks have gone as high as 1,000, but they try to put it into a space where the residents can afford that membership fee. That membership fee then goes into an account and it is not touched. The only time I've ever seen membership fees touched is when we had a community get impacted by, a natural disaster and they needed some extra funds because they needed quick relief. And so they got approval from the community to pull funding from that membership fee, but then quickly replenished. So those fees stay separate. So that way, if anybody does choose to move out, they're getting their money back right away.
So if I understand it correctly, there's no transfer of co-op equity and no valuation of co-op equity in terms of a sale of my unit.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me see if there was another question I had, if you don't mind. Oh, maybe it's for Kevin. I have a question about the pro forma. Should I ask you, Kevin, or Tim? So one of the questions in the pro forma, Tim, where you talk about the rent subsidies, depending on the level of participation from Glenwood, and at $1.5 million, I think you showed about an estimated rent increase of about $135 per unit, roughly, somewhere around there. Was that assuming a grant or a loan at similar to your interest, 5%? What was the projection on that pro forma?
Yeah, the projection on that pro forma with the subsidy from the city is we look at it in hopes of something similar of what's been successful from other cities in the past. And it's been like a form of a forgivable loan. A grant necessarily is not always favorable because then that can look like revenue, like that their income that they're bringing in at the purchase, and then they're going to be taxed on that. So we prefer the forgivable loan structure. So that way it's coming in typically with no interest, and then it kind of offsets the interest of the other loans.
So my question, I guess, is if that loan is made at whatever level, but let's say the $1.5 million, it's a loan that's forgivable, but it's amortized because we don't know when it's forgivable.
Mm-hmm.
So is that interest until the time it's forgivable built into that rent increase or not? Is it assumed that there's no increase? That's my question.
So I would say that I can tell you how it's been structured in the past. And so where we've seen some of the local municipalities structure their loans is they have added an interest rate. But again, it's that forgivable loan. So it's like, as long as they're meeting the terms of the rest of the loan for the life of it, they're not necessarily expecting it back. They did put like certain requirements on the loan. So let's say, I'll use City of Golden, for example, they did 6% interest on the loan, that it will continue to get accrue that every single year. But as long as the cooperative is maintaining the cooperative, they're not dissolving it, they're not going into default on their loan or having issues with their loan, they're not necessarily asking for it back. But it's there to build up because if for some reason they do have those issues, they will have to pay that interest back.
So the pro forma is assuming a deferred or zero interest of time, just your financing plus the forgivable loan is built in the pro forma. Thank you.
That's correct.
That's all I have right now, Mayor.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Questions? Councilor Townsley.
I've got a few, and some of them will go to you, Tim, and Kevin. I think probably a few that way too. But project, in looking through it and looking at some of your other projects you've done is obviously, I think, really good. But we're looking at spending 2C funds for this, correct? Is what we're doing. So it's workforce housing. And as I understand it from some of the information we got from Kevin, is that forgivable loan would be based on some things that would be agreed to after the fact, which always kind of makes me nervous. But, so one, I'm going to circle back to that and say, okay, what are some of those things we're looking at? Are we all on the same page as to what's going to be done with that? But a couple of questions to start off with. The appraised value is 3.875.
Yes, I don't have the appraisal right in front of me.
So almost 600,000 less than the purchase price. That was what was on the
I can pull it up and make.
No, I mean, that was, as long as the figures you gave us were accurate.
Yes, everything in the pro forma is based on what we've pulled so far.
So is there, any thought that was in the negotiation process? Did he say, I want to sell it for 4.5, and we came in and said 4.5 is a good number, even though it appraised at 600,000 less than that?
I mean, in the beginning, when they were doing their negotiations, I was not part of that direct conversation, so I cannot share what the seller was.
I don't know where you guys come into it, so yeah. Okay. And then the other, I've got a question, a couple more questions. The fees to ROC are almost $300,000, so you're looking at almost a 9% fee to them.
An RC tap fee?
Well, tap fee, I think there were 3 fees that came up to almost 300,000.
So we have one fee for us at Thistle, and so we only get paid one time for the 10 years of the loan. And so when we do the transaction, that'll be our one-time payment, basically, until they refinance or at year 10, when they go into any updates to their loan. We may discuss additional fees that we may need, because all those things that I was saying that we offer, the acquisition, the due diligence process, and all the coaching, that's all of our staff time. We get paid that only once. And so that fee is for us. And it's, we range those from 1% to 4%, depending on the asking price where we get with that. And then the other you'll see some other pieces from Rock USA. I mean, there's some loan fee, origination fees that they charge from a lender, which is, fairly normal when you go into an acquisition like this. And so they do have their fees, of course, as well. So those are basically what we need to keep our business going.
Yeah, that just seemed a little excessive to me, in that, 1 to 4, I understand an origination fee, but almost 9%. It seems like a lot of money. The other piece, if you could explain to me a little bit more about the note that's being taken out, is it a 10-year fixed rate that balloons in 10 years? Is it interest only? How is that set up? Because it said it's amortized over 30, but.
It's amortized over 30 years, but every 10 years, they will evaluate their loan and see what they need. So they typically do not have to have a balloon payment. Most of our rocks that throughout the United States have not had been put in that space. If Rock USA Capital is their lender, because when we're reviewing their financials every single year, every month, everything, they're mapping out what they need to do at that 10-year point to avoid a balloon payment that would impact them. So then they would go into that and, potentially if they had to do a refinance or whatever we would need to do to negotiate that with the lender, then, we would work with them on that.
So, understanding you would work with them, but are we, I just want to make sure that we're not putting a whole community of people in a place that in 10 years, something comes up and they go, well, wait a minute, now what happens? I mean, what kind of safety valves are there in there for the community?
What I can say is that if the community is successful and they're maintaining their business, and let's say, for example, they're not building a huge amount of unpaid rents, age receivables, things like that. If there's not been huge issues that have impacted the community, then most times, and again, I can't predict 10 years like you can either, as well, but, in 10 years, they could still be at the same space if they're being consistent. If they're not consistent and they have to maybe take out more money because, let's say, COVID and a situation like that where several people within the community built up a lot of unpaid rent, and then now they have to make up for that as a business. And so they may have to increase the amount when they go into that year 10 or do a completely new refi. I have seen some go into the 10 years. Again, our rocks are young, so we haven't hit that 10-year point yet. We're close on one. But throughout the United States, there have been some who their interest rates have still remained very favorable. But, and when they go into their 10-year point, but again, I couldn't say much except for they get access to a pool of money that remains in Colorado and only in Colorado, that will still be there because we have agreements with those partners that will keep those interest rates low. They work with a nonprofit, CDFI, who will also aim to keep those interest rates low. And so while I can't say exactly what that would look like for them in 10 years, what I can say, if the business is consistent, then they have more favorable odds of keeping it into a space where it can remain that affordable housing option and the loan be favorable, rather than if it wasn't.
Are there, and if anybody else wants to jump in here, I don't want to monopolize this, but I had a list of questions. So
go for it.
In the other ROCs that you've dealt with in Colorado, and I'm sure you have information nationwide too, some of them that are older, more mature, have there been any problems with the loans that's going into default on the initial loans?
Yes, there have. And, I very adamantly believe we have to share the ugly with the best with, and I'll start with our state. We shared and we told you we had 11 rocks in the state of Colorado. We did have 13. There are 2 communities in Canyon City where I was talking about that AR, where people were not paying rent and they were neglecting the business, and it went south. I mean, they defaulted on their loan. These 2 communities, I will say, really changed our practices in the piece where I said earlier, we want 80%. Back when these 2 communities formed, they were before my time in, 2017, 18-ish. They were organized with residents who I'd say maybe they hit the 51% of engagement, and then they were okay with that. That didn't last for them long term. Became a lot of issues within the community, a lot of animosity. They just did not want to be a rock anymore. And so to them, in those 2 groups specifically, they had some people who just decided to stop paying rent and stop even, caring about their community. They had the AR from like COVID that built up. They had a lot of issues, but they chose not to do anything about it. The lender, Rock USA Capital, is probably one of the most giving lenders that I've ever encountered. And when they went into default, they've offered them, liquidity loans. They've offered them grants. They offered them so many options. We've exhausted everything before they went into forbearance. And at the end of the day, we can only do so much on our end as Thistle. We can only do so much on the lender's end. The residents have to drive some of it too. And at that point, the residents just didn't want to act. They didn't want to care for their business. And so it did go in forbearance, and then it went into receivership, and it will be moving into foreclosure. So both of those communities.
And what will happen to the other half of the residents that are still wanting to make it happen? What's their remedy, if any?
Unfortunately, their remedy would be, that they'll get their membership fees back, and that the hope is anytime a community goes into default, or they choose to dissolve, or they go, it just doesn't, they're done being a rock. The lender will try to find a nonprofit or affordable housing option to come in and purchase it. I'll be honest, in Fremont County, that was not there. And so they're not going to be able to find that option. So they would try to do that first to hopefully maintain an affordable, housing option for those 50% who maybe weren't engaged. But right now, given their circumstances, it will go back on the general open market.
Where are you in your 120 days right now? Where are you in the process? I mean, is this something you're trying to solidify tonight? Is this something you're giving us information on tonight? I mean, where are you? And we have to close by this date.
Yep. Do you have the closing date? August 5th is our closing date, is what we're aiming for. But I will say that any subsidy that comes in, we need a window of time that whatever you all choose to provide, and hopefully that would be something that would be very supportive to them. I'll say that there needs to be space where attorneys can talk, right? So you all will need your attorneys to talk to the Rock USA Capital attorneys, because you all, it's not just throwing money into a pot, you all would become part of the lending stack. And so Rock USA Capital would be the senior lender. And so you all would be, coming in with them and then taking care of with them with some of the perks of them being the senior. An example of a senior lender perk is those 2 communities that did go into foreclosure. The first point that the lender did was to make sure any partner who did funding to those 2 deals got their money back. That's priority 1. But anyway, so going into this, we need a window of time to make sure that the attorneys can talk and that the loans can be underwritten, and that, we get everything ready to go. Because you had said something earlier, and I wanted to maybe ask you if you could, you said something like agreements after the fact. In our case, we would come to the loan language and whatever requirements you want before closing. So that way the residents know exactly what you all expect. Because at the end, before we close, they're going to vote to accept the final financing package, which would include your funding as well. And so anything that you want in your loan, you would present to them before they even close, because maybe it doesn't align with them. They could vote and say, we don't necessarily want to move forward. So if you think of all those factors, timeline wise, the sooner that, information like that can be set. And so that way conversations can begin and meetings with the lender. We'd love to have you all have space to talk to them if you'd like at some point. That all takes quite a bit of time to coordinate.
When you say you started out 80% is what your goal is with this group, where are you at with people that had to buy in versus people that did not?
So we're over 80%, 84%.
That's great. And the other question I had is, of the people that are there homes there that are being owned that are rented now? Or is it all strictly owner occupied?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we won't engage if they have a number of rentals within the community because that doesn't align with the ROC model as well. So something even after purchase, when they close, a requirement with the lender is you can't rent it out. It has to be resident owned.
I've got a couple other questions for Kevin, but if anybody else wanted to jump in
Just
here.
get it done. Keep going. Absolutely.
So, and maybe I misread some of the information I had, but, you know, I was looking at this as workforce housing funds and obviously wanting to provide workforce housing. Did I read in there that, you know, I guess the part I was talking about, okay, are we going to get some of the information? It was like, you know, after some of the funds are decided on, then you would look back and are, you know, is there going to try to be deed restrictions? Is there going to be deed sales? People coming in would have to, you know, be working in the community. What types of things were you referencing, or did I just totally get misled in there as far as what I was thinking?
Yeah, it's a good question. In the language that we had in the memo, we had a condition that says something to the effect of if council decides to approve these funds, staff will work with Thistle and with the residents to determine the appropriate legal mechanism to memorialize that would require this to stay a mobile home park in perpetuity. And the reason that we're recommending that measure is because the way Thistle and the ROC model work is that they require these mobile home parks to stay resident-owned mobile home parks for the duration of the loan, which is generally 30 years. But as soon as that loan is paid off, the residents no longer have to maintain it as a mobile home park. If they wanted to, in theory, I don't think they would, but in theory, they could sell out and sell it to the highest bidder, and then they could turn it into something else. So what we're doing is say, let's go a step farther and let's memorialize this as part of the actual deed on the property that would run with the land. Let's make this a mobile home park in perpetuity, and let's make it owner occupied. So that's where the language is coming from. And we haven't determined the appropriate mechanism to do that yet. There's several options that would be feasible, but I think that's more of a technical question. I think staff is capable of working that out, but that's sort of the impetus for why we had that in the memo.
So you said in there that would be part of making the loan forgivable.
That's correct. Yep. As soon as we have that memorialized.
But those are the only two things that you're looking at is keeping it as a mobile home park, and there were no additional factors in that.
The only other factor was that we memorialized the deed of trust and a promissory note. But yeah, keeping it the mobile home park that's the crux of what we're trying to get after here. We don't think of we can't think of any other sort of conditions that we'd want to put on this unless council has other conditions that you'd like to prescribe.
My last piece, and then I'll shut up, I promise, is, you know, we're looking at using basically a full year's worth of funds, what's in there now, and then maybe some more that hasn't even been collected yet. That's using all the powder in that fund. If something else came along, if there was another mobile home park that came along where they said, okay, we have a similar opportunity, then we're out of luck as far as helping somebody else if we went to the full amount that you're looking at. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a good point. This is a tough balance, right? We bring in about $1.7 million a year in the 2C fund, and this is an opportunity that is aligned right now. The residents are on board with this concept. They have met the 120-day requirements. Thistle is involved with the owners, and so we think that this is an opportunity that we should jump on. And again, that doesn't preclude other mobile home parks from coming down the line and asking for funds, at which point we might be tapped out. That is certainly a consideration. Staff has sort of weighed the pros and cons, and we're on board with the Workforce Housing Fund Advisory Board's recommendation of the full 1.5 million, because it is often difficult to make these deals work. For instance, if a mobile home park goes on the market, and I think Thistle's threshold is it, if it's less than 20, you're not involved? What was the number? 20, okay. So, you know, there's other mobile home parks that if they have less than 20 homes on them, Thistle won't get involved with the acquisition. And so those are ones where, you know, we're not really able to step in and provide assistance because they don't have that technical guidance provided by Thistle to make it a resident-owned community. And what that means for us as the city is we don't have a guarantee that this is going to be maintained as a mobile home park. So we probably would not recommend approval of funding for those. So again, the point is this is one of those opportunities where I think we should sort of strike while the iron's hot, so to speak.
Thanks for all your help. I researched this a whole lot looking at it, and it's a wonderful concept, and, thanks for everybody for their work so far into it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And we got Councillor Smith, I think, next.
Thank you. And thank you to the new staff member of the 2C team. Councillor Townsley did some remarkable research and very informative questions. So thank you very much. Answered solicited answers that were on my list. But I have a couple of other, have I think 4 basic questions, 2 of which I think have been answered, but I want to be sure I heard it correctly. You've got 84% of participants in this case, 80% is your threshold. 20 or 16 or whatever who don't participate, still the land under their home is owned by the co-op. Okay. The other is, as we just discussed with Councillor Townsley's guidance, the city and Kevin's response, the city is considering some of its own conditions for its portion of the funding of this and would go beyond the traditional length of the loan. And those conditions would need to be approved by the co-op members as part of before closing. How are our conditions, what they ever become, going to play with the other sources of funding? Do we have to negotiate with the ROC headquarters as well as to negotiate with the residents?
Well,
And can you give us any guidance on what things will and will not be countenanced by the other 2/3 of the money?
I can start off, and Tim, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. But we've chatted extensively with the Thistle team, and the conditions that we are proposing are aligned with the ROC capital conditions, and so I don't think there's anything that would contradict what the capital stack would require from the ROC USA. Is that accurate? Okay.
Okay, thank you. And actually, I think I had only 3. I'm pretty sure in your summary, Elizabeth, you said that there are many of these co-ops or these resident-owned parks across the country, 11 in Colorado, and I think you said 1 in Glenwood Springs?
Just the impending, the co-op has been formed, but I was talking about.
Oh, this
here tonight.
is the very one we're talking about.
Sure.
It's just formed,
Yeah.
but not yet purchased. Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
That was it. Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Zelinski, you're next.
All right, so this question's for you, Kevin. I'm thinking of like the last 3 big things that we funded out of TC funds. The L3, Glenwood Gardens, and now this. When we put this on the ballot, it was for Glenwood Springs workforce housing. We keep finding ourselves in a position of, like, this is 22 out of 40 that work in Glenwood Springs. Are we still aligned with the promises that we've made with those funds? I don't know if it's a discussion the board has had.
Yeah.
Philosophically, it's really challenging where we live, but I think that it's important to note because that was a big promise for our community.
Absolutely. And the attorneys can chime in if I'm going off too far here, but I think there is certainly a rational nexus between preserving mobile existing housing stock that's housing long-term residents, especially those who already work in Glenwood, and what the 2C ballot language had originally said. And I don't know if you want to speak any more to that, but I think that would be sort of my answer.
Yeah, I think my approach to this, and why kind of to Councilor Townsley's comments as well regarding kind of the fund and the conditions. If you guys give direction to move forward on this, part of my job is to make sure that the documents that get drafted are true to the use of those funds. And you'll remember a little bit of that. We're utilizing a similar tool with the Glenwood Gardens project. Did a little bit of the same thing with the language on the L3 project. So we have a couple of different places where we have found ways to address, either through reporting or through other restrictions, to make sure that in a, hopefully in perpetuity, but at least for the period of time that our funds are at play, that we are complying with both the intent and the spirit and the letter of the 2C funding to do this. And what I would say is that 22 out of 40, from the standpoint of the amount that we're investing, is a significant, and I think it's really easy to tell the story that those 22 resident workforce that are effectively resident workforce units for $1.5 million is a screaming deal in this particular market space right now.
100%.
Effectively leveraging that. We also in the 2C will recall that there are provisions for doing partnerships for this kind of thing that provides a little bit more flexibility, and this kind of falls into that category as well. So I think on both of those fronts, I'm comfortable we can get there with language in the documents. I just don't want to start burning that kind of time until I know it's something you guys want to pursue.
Absolutely. I'm even looking at this census. It's even in that side of town, like we're creating, really close proximity. So I'm in super support of this. I just want to make sure that we're abiding by the promises we made.
Absolutely. And that's a lot on me and the rest of staff to make sure we nail that as we move through documents.
Thank you. Councilor Small.
Nope. Good job.
Already did that.
Good job.
All right, so to start off, I'm supportive of this idea also, but I have a lot of questions on how this works, because it doesn't make sense to me. When I get to the bottom of the analysis, what I understand is that we're giving $37,500 to 40 lots in order to facilitate a purchase, is the bottom line on all of this. And that's a big stretch for me. So I'm trying to understand just how this works. If that's it, then I'm done with my questions. And we're just giving $37,500 to 40 lots in Glenwood Springs. And we have at this point no guarantees. The co-op owns it, the co-op runs it. The only guarantees are what come from the primary lender.
Now, what we will have for you loan that 37.5 per lot is we will have a restriction that the mobile home park remain a mobile home park, and that units within there are being utilized for workforce housing in exchange for that dollar value. So that's really what you're buying, is you're essentially buying down a deed restriction on the property, utilizing those. I mean, that's one way to think about it, is that for 37.5, you're getting a workforce deed restricted unit in Glenwood Springs, which is a really good deal at current construction costs if we were trying to replace that with some kind of restricted housing through another mechanism.
And if I may, Hannah Klotzman, Community and Economic Development Director. And that's a great question and a value statement that you guys are going to need to be comfortable with tonight if you move forward. I do want to point out on some of the other deals that we've done from 2C so far, the $37,500 per unit is amazingly low and we have exceeded that by 3 times for some of the other projects we're doing. You do make a good point that we are proposing different covenants on this one, different restrictions, given that it is a mobile home park and functions differently. But as you can see in our Good Deeds program, which is run by West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, and also some of the subsidies that we've given to Glenwood Gardens, which is now Canyon Vista, and also the L3, those are upwards of $150,000 a unit. So 37,500 from the staff's perspective, I won't speak for Thistle, it is a screaming deal as far as a subsidy goes to get this plot of land with the covenants to maintain this level of affordability that we have now. And we have seen that in other communities. This is a top priority in a lot of communities across our valley because this level of affordability and housing doesn't happen outside of these areas. So truly from our perspective, the $37,000, it is a deal comparatively of what we've done with other properties. So I just wanted to point that out. In our history of funding with 2C, we've gone a lot higher per unit. So we see the value there at that level, but we did the math as well to see like what that equates to per household and with the number of people who work in the city of Glenwood Springs and also, as you saw from the pro forma, work for the city of Glenwood Springs. And we have some of those people here tonight. So I just want to point that out as our evaluation of the value is there, but you guys obviously have the ultimate decision to see if you're comfortable with that value as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so who owns the co-op? How many members are in the co-op?
So ideally, the entire community at some point, but who owns the co-op is the co-op. So like they form their cooperative. When they make the offer, they're making the offer on behalf of the cooperative. The deed, everything, their loan is all in the name of the cooperative. So that's who owns it.
So that's the 28 members of the 40 units? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, we have
84%.
Okay, so yeah, so 38, okay.
35.
There's no other outside members. The lender, the primary lender isn't a member of the co-op?
So there is a non-patron member, and that's something that you all could consider with your loan language. And so a non-patron member, in this case, is the lender is a non-patron member. And they're mainly the non-patron member because if they make a decision to dissolve and, just get rid of the co-op under rock, this kind of poises that the lender has to be part of that discussion and be engaged in that. And so they do have a somewhat of a say there, but they're non-patron members. And in past deals, the city or the county has also asked to be a non-patron member, which has been accepted.
And so what's the potential for the non-patron member to be acquired by another lending institution and be faced exactly with what the co-op is faced with right now, that Ken Chris dies and somebody else is selling the property? Now what?
I mean, this lender, I'd say we just hit $1 billion of lending that has gone out in their entire time. And they have quite a bit of backing, and they've been doing this since the 80s. I think that like long-term for them, I can't predict like what would happen for any financial institution, but I feel like there are a lot of groups and partners, even federally, like nationally, who will make sure that there are options for them. I would imagine. I can't speak for them, but I would be happy to have them like write something up for you.
I'm hoping that everybody goes into this with their eyes wide open is what I'm asking questions about, okay? A forgivable loan is a taxation term only. It means we're giving the money, but we're calling it a forgivable loan. Is that an accurate description?
I think it is an accurate description so long as all of the covenants that they agree to, they abide by. If they don't, then it's not a forgivable loan and it comes due and payable at whatever interest rate we agree on, probably somewhere between 6 and 8%. So as long as they do everything they're supposed to do, then yes, it's forgivable. If they don't, then it's, we can foreclose on that loan.
Thank you. And I understand we have 38 of the 40 are members, and I presume all 38 of those 40 residents can withstand a $300 or $400 a month rent increase. And that's preconceived in all of this.
So when we, excuse me, I'm sorry. So when we enter into this process with them, we ask for a rent threshold survey so we can get information from every resident to have an idea of where we go with this, what's the max? You know, what if we have to negotiate? What if something comes up, we have to get a construction loan? And so we take all of the information that we can from these residents and then we average it out, and that's what we aim for them. And so with the subsidy that we could, you know, hopefully secure, it would keep them below the rent increase that they have, which their max threshold, $915.
That was not in the information provided to us. What? I didn't see it in the information provided to us. So if it was, I'm sorry I asked the question.
If you look at our pro forma, there should be lines dedicated and you can look at what that rent increase, what we're estimating.
I looked at the 3 levels of that, but I guess I didn't understand what the acceptable threshold was. Thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, thank you. Counselor Schachter.
Thank you. I do have some questions. I would preface it somewhat quasi inappropriately as a comment. As the one most involved lengthwise and involvement with this, I look forward to making a motion that'll open up discussion and answer a lot of the questions. But in the meantime, I do have a question of perhaps Tim and Kevin. Should a motion be made tonight that outlines, since you mentioned the conditions we impose will ultimately have to be approved by the primary lender, ROC. You're pretty experienced with what they've done for decades. So my question would be, if those conditions turn out to be something like this, the loan is forgivable as long as it remains a ROC, resident owned, that the same number of units are maintained during the perpetuity of the home. The units, of course, can be upgraded according to the bylaws of the co-op, but the number of units stay the same. That it always remains, that all the units remain owner occupied. That those are conditions, and should those conditions be violated, or if the co-op were sold, then there's a clawback for the entire amount of the accrued loan, interest and principal. Are those, I know it's quick and this is hypothetical because no motion's been made, but do those seem to be conditions that would be acceptable to the primary lender, ROC?
Yes, they're very similar to what we've done with other agencies as well. And so I would not see that being an issue whatsoever.
Very good. I have no other questions this time until I'm hopefully allowed to make a motion.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Weimer.
Is there a sense for the state of the infrastructure, the condition of the infrastructure?
Yes, we did surveys with their infrastructure. And so I believe there were no major issues that stood out when we did that. The only thing that has come up is that, you know, there's been some flood zone pieces, but we're navigating that right now, but no infrastructure.
Does that 10% holdback generally cover, you know, large infrastructure upgrades, replacements, what have you?
Yes. So when they close their loan, and so when you look at the pro forma, we're also telling you what the entire acquisition package is. So there's, of course, the price of the community, but then you'll notice the number is a little higher because we're starting to fill things like their reserve account. And so they're required in their monthly mortgage, there's a portion of that that's always going into their reserve. And
Right.
reserve is specifically only for the capital improvement plans. So the engineering survey that they had done, they provide a 10-year plan. And so then they now have like their plan. And so the lender is making sure that they're actually following through on that and that they have funds. And we have a section of our team who's dedicated. He focuses solely on making sure those projects are being done. And he also works to secure funding. if they need it. And then we also offer a grant that can supplement that as well.
And is that generally just to cover MRO, or do we consider upgrades and enhancements in the longer term plan
They would not consider any upgrades or enhancements. Yeah, that,
to landscaping, to what have yous?
no, but the co-op could look at their budget every year and let's say, they put $30,000 in for snow plowing. They didn't use it. They have a surplus now. At the end of every year, they can make the decision as a cooperative what to do with that surplus. And the lender that's up to them. That's their surplus now. So let's say they wanted to make some enhancements landscape wise or something to just, beautification, whatever that may be. They can use those funds for that, but the reserve account is strictly only for those pieces that the engineer has identified or anything that may come up suddenly. And they also have a working capital account that's more of the emergency funds.
Okay. And I take it one of the larger financial risks around this is just the proper management of the co-op, right? That we're bringing in as much money as we're spending, in a sense, right? For non-payment of rents, right? Is it something that's written into the covenants, or is there law that allows for eviction processes or whatever that process may be? And does the co-op have that same strength as a private landlord might have?
So when they're in this phase of, getting towards close, they're going to build out all of their rules and their policies, and they have an attorney who's going to review that. And then Rock USA has an attorney who will review it. And there's all these double checks, right? And so, but they'll look at that, like what is the action for non-payment,
Right.
Building out rents. And then they'll work with their attorney to make sure that there is something that can help the co-op, be more accountable, to residents who are not paying. And then, so they'll develop that policy and it'll be implemented. And they're required by the lender to hire a professional property management company,
Right.
who will come in and who will implement those rules and those policies. Because we don't expect, a board member to go knock on the neighbor's door and say, hey, you're not paying, we're going to evict you. The property management company will do that, and they always have to have one.
And that was kind of leading to one of my law of unintended consequences questions, right? So now if I'm a month or two behind, does everyone know that I'm a month or two behind?
So they shouldn't, no. So like when
Shouldn't, but,
they do their financials, so
Yeah.
we review their financials as a loan servicer, and then the property management company is reviewing their financials. So anything that's personal, similar to like you all go into executive session, the board has to follow parliamentary procedure, go to executive session to discuss any personal matter of
Okay.
someone, any names at
Okay.
all. And any of their documents that they have, with the cooperative, a member can say, I would like to request the minutes from the meeting on May 15th. They can provide those minutes, but all those minutes, anything information wise, financials, any personal information is redacted.
Okay.
And so they are not allowed to have anything that is, and it's in their bylaws that they cannot have a document that has any personal information. So
Okay.
no, they should not know
Okay.
about their neighbors, but
Okay.
we can't stop a gossip train.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsley. Councillor Townsley.
Couple of just quick questions that came up as other people have talked about things. Has anybody else been approached to participate in this besides Rock and the city of Glenwood? I know there was an SB1 grant on there for 80,000. In some of your other projects, counties have taken part, other entities have taken part. Has anybody else been approached or?
Right now, we have not approached them because we felt that, that SB funds come from us. We were able to do that grant in our acquisition. So we haven't approached any other partners right now. And one of the primary reasons is that we're hoping to get subsidized funds at that, forgivable loan piece, because it will offset the rest of the interest loans. And it gets to that space where they can hopefully be under that rent threshold. And so if we go and we, talk to, let's say DOH or DOLA, they're going to come back with typically it's a cash flow loan because they don't qualify for a grant, even with Prop 123 or any of their other funds. And so that still comes with a little bit more of an impact rather than subsidized funds. So when we looked at the pro forma, if we map out the, the lenders loans and then the subsidized, we can hit that mark. So we haven't had to consider that yet.
And my second question is, when a property comes up for sale, let's say it's 2 years down the road or whatnot, a property comes up for sale, is that just going to an open market sale? Somebody who wants to buy a second home next to Toyota from California, he's got every bit as much right to buy that, or is it getting, because I go back to Councilor Zelinski, it's like, if this is workforce housing funds, then is there something that's going to go in there to where we, I guess it has to be an owner occupied, but can it be an owner occupied? Can there be anything written in to where it's a workforce housing? I know we don't have all Glenwood people in there now, but can we get it such that it would be a preference to somebody that's working in Glenwood?
You can, with your loan language, and I can say as an example, we're working through a deed restriction currently with another deal that will close in June. And they specifically wanted like language that said, basically no more vacation homes, because it's a community that is kind of run rampant with that. And so, they put language in there that if a home comes up for sale, it must go to a full-time resident of this city. And so you all could look at your loan language and structure that accordingly to secure that. And the lender also does not allow, snowbirds, like the halftime, I'm not say that, the halftime living in maybe Florida versus Colorado. That's not necessarily something that they would allow in their loan covenants. And it does have to be like a full-time resident owned.
So you're comfortable that could be written in?
Yeah, I think I'm comfortable with getting those conditions in. I think there are some, the resident occupied, likely no short-term rental, number of months per year, a number of those things that will plug into a deed restriction that reflect our goals in our housing guidelines currently.
And can we, I'm just throwing this out there, because can we do any sort of thing of, okay, preference would go to?
Yeah, I think we probably can. And I'm going to want to sit down. Like I said, I haven't spent a lot of time on the legal side on this yet, getting to this point with you guys. Take a look at some of the other deed restrictions. And this is one of those why it takes a little bit of time for the attorneys to talk to each other to hammer out the language. But I think we can probably get to a kind of a similar, essentially the same thing we have in our current guidelines in terms of how we roll through priority. We'll probably insert very similar language. So, it goes to owner occupied resident. You just kind of work through that.
If I may add to that, just for what Workforce Housing Advisory Board did review, that is one of our covenants that we're attaching to this loan, is that it must be a resident-owned community, and that stipulates, and they also have it in their current covenants at the park, that it's owner-occupied. So you definitely couldn't have the scenario that you mentioned of someone who lives in California and stays here in their second home. That's not possible under the restrictions that's coming out of WFAB's recommendation. So that would be attached to our loan, as Carl mentioned.
So they would definitely live here, obviously, but workforce housing, would they also, we can put something in that says we at least want preference to go to somebody that worked in the city.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm pretty comfortable that we can get to language that gets us to that point, that we're comfortable, the conditions are roughly mirroring what our workforce program looks like, in any other situation.
We've structured that for both the Canyon Vista, formerly known as Glenwood Gardens, and the L3. So that's something that, is very.
And I agree.
Carl does that every day.
Getting units for under 40,000, 50,000, it's pretty awesome.
I wish I could get one.
But it's still, we need to make sure that we can answer to any of those questions.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The transparency with the 2C ballot, the Workforce Housing Advisory Board, who works very hard to uphold that ballot language. We review it basically at every meeting that we hold before we look at these proposals. That is tantamount in what we do. So, and hopefully we've conveyed that, and Thistle has shown you their model is in conformance with that. That is incredibly important so that we're going forward and the community can see how their money is being used and the value that they're getting back for it. So I appreciate you asking those questions because they're very important.
Thank you, Councillor Schmall. Just hold your pen. There you go. You'll be fine.
So, ultimately, the property is not going to increase in value because it'll be deed restricted throughout its life. So it's only, we're keeping the property value where it's at and locking it in is essentially what we're doing. But in doing that, we're delegating the responsibility to do that to a co-op who is then hiring a third-party property maintenance company. So my concern goes to enforcement. We can say it has to be someone who lives and works in Glenwood. But if it's not bulletproof deed restricted, somebody from anywhere can buy a property that comes up for sale and live there whenever they want to.
So just to step back real quick, that we're all on the same page. We're not limiting the resale value of this property. It would certainly be impacted by a deed restriction in place. That would certainly impact the value of it, but we're not prescribing the worth of the property. So I want to make sure that's clear. What we're doing here is we're memorializing some sort of legal mechanism, whether it's a deed restriction or some other sort of covenant that says this needs to be occupied by full-time residents, and they need if we want to prioritize folks who work in Glenwood, we can go that route as well. That's what we're doing. We're not prescribing the resale value. As far as enforcement goes, that's my job, right? So I already enforce deed restrictions throughout the city. There are properties that are both rental and ownership that are either apartments or condos or ADUs that have deed restrictions on them. And I work with the whether it's the property managers or the residents of those units throughout the year and make sure that their tenants are in compliance. And so if the co-op residents agree to the provisions that we are recommending here, as far as, you know, making sure it's resident occupied, what they're actually doing is agreeing to requalify with the city every year to ensure that these are occupied by full-time residents, and we have capacity to do that with, which is what my role is.
Sure. The rock perspective, like throughout the state, there's requirements with their loans as well. And so the property managers that would be working with Kevin, for example, all the ones that we work with closely, they all know how to do this reporting, and they do it yearly already for current rocks. So that wouldn't be a new ask. And that would be something that we could certainly make sure that reporting is done and done accurately.
And I think it'll be important that language be incorporated and enforced.
Thank you. Council Schacht.
Hannah or Kevin, for our sake, would you please pull up or from memory, remind us of the RO requirements currently in our code? What are there, 6 criteria, something like that?
From memory. Thanks. Thank you for that, of the 50-page document. There are, let's say, 5 to 6 criteria to meet that for resident occupancy that include hours worked for a local employer, and some other provisions that are in our housing guidelines, which is something you guys passed by a resolution. I can't remember every single one of them. I don't necessarily think that we would want to apply all of those. I think with city attorney's help in crafting this, similar to L3 and Glenwood Gardens, because we met the intent of the ballot language, but we got a little bit creative in that every unit is not required to meet that housing guideline that we have in our inclusionary zoning requirements, but it's very, very close to that. And I can pull that up if, well.
Well, I know it involves also seniority and retirement options, working for an employer, but I think I'm careful, I'm commenting, but we have to also be careful. We don't know the exact profile of the existing owners. So if we set up criteria there, we have to be somewhat careful, as opposed to a preference.
Yeah, I mean, I guess here's my takeaway, and if it helps you guys get to the next stage of the evening. is, is I hear very clearly what your concerns are, you know, from, you know, Counselor Schmall and Townsley and you, Counselor Shackner, on what we're trying to ensure and being true to the 2C funds. And I'm confident that I can get us there in the legal documents, and I understand the importance of it to you guys. I don't think you can draft those documents while you're sitting on the dais tonight. And I don't think that Hannah and I are in a position to be able to off the cuff tell you exactly how they're going to look. Because, you know, it's every one of these deals is the same and different. And so it's just going to take me a little bit of time to draft. So from that standpoint, I'm very comfortable that we can get where you guys want to go. What I really need is, are we going there or not?
Me too.
Can you have something drafted by our next meeting?
No. The reason I say, well, there's a couple of reasons I say no. I am uncomfortable making that commitment. I may have something drafted for you by then, but to the point that was made earlier, we got to round up some attorneys. We got to talk to each other. We got to bang our way through those documents. I could try to, but I'm unwilling to say, yeah, I'm going to have that done and ready to go by that timeline. I just can't make that promise tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Smith.
Just a variation on Counselor Schachter's question is just the overall timeline. And it harkens back to a comment from Counselor Schmall. We're being asked, I think, to commit money that will be subject to conditions that we have not yet seen. What's the actual practical sequence? If next meeting or otherwise a draft of conditions will come back to the council to review. Is there opportunity to withdraw the money if we don't like it, or
I'm pretty confident you'll like what we draft, but I mean, that's just me being, and those that have worked with me, you have a different level of confidence.
part of the reason I ask is
sell there, Carl.
I ask is that I have not gotten my licks in yet on what I think need to be in those conditions, because I was thinking that was coming at a.
I think that is,
Try
I
to
think
do it
that,
on the fly,
so
I
I
think
think
that-
that, here's what I think. I think those here's what I would suggest from what I will use as a drafting guideline is we have on the books inclusionary zoning requirements. We have a very detailed set of guidelines that go with that, and that you all don't need to draft from scratch what you want to see in there, because a lot of that is already contained in those documents that we'll be working from, right? And so absolutely this will come back to you, but I think what you want to do is make those as consistent with those existing policies and adopted code as we possibly can. And so that's where, when you're talking about the licks you want to get in, I don't know if those are already accounted for in the language in our code and our guidelines, or if there's something new and different that you want to deviate from those. And so while I would love, like, the reason I was being honest is that I will endeavor to get back to you in 3 weeks at our next meeting. I just don't know if everybody is going to be able to accomplish that. It may be the second meeting in June rather than the first. And I'm just being really honest about that. It's going to come back in front of you. I think unless you say, yes, move forward on this, and at least give these guys a tentative head nod that the WFAB recommendation is the direction you want to go, we don't have a basis to start drafting any of those documents. Absolutely at that meeting, if you just say, like, you know what, we changed our mind, we're not moving forward with this, I think that's absolutely fine. We just need solid direction that you guys want to do this, and you want to make it consistent with the 2C requirements. And that triggers the rest of us to get back to you with those documentation and my ability to talk to the ROC attorneys and talk to them in good faith that we really have what we think is a deal if we can just nail down the details. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And
And
I'm
I don't
going to
mean
add on to that.
I don't mean to, I don't want to be interpreted as saying I'm not confident in the skills of the legal and planning staff. I'm acre feet beyond confident
Right.
in that. More that I don't want to surprise you later with some questions that weren't put into the mix in the right
Got it.
timing.
And I guess what I would suggest, there again, in the interest of kind of where we're trying to get tonight and that is if you have specific questions about things like that, if you don't mind just emailing them to me so that I have them, so I know what they are. That's super helpful to me. I mean, we're not at a point where that's going to be a decision-making piece of it, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, but I don't know that we need to bang them out here. If that
Thank you.
helps.
Okay. Are you ready to move forward? Okay, then I got a question. Haven't had a chance yet. Simple. How are we allocating the funds?
That'll be in the motion.
How are we allocating?
Yeah,
the
where they
funds?
come from? This year, next year, the year after?
We structured it in the recommendation because of what the fund has currently and what we expect to have. So it's going to come in 2 tranches.
Mhm.
The first being whenever the closing is required, if we move forward, when Thistle needs
much?
it. How much?
I mean,
So the 1.5 million is, as part of the recommendation, is split into 2.
okay.
750, and then by September is the date that we have said we will have that next amount possible in the fund. So that's the earliest at which we could get that second tranche to them.
It's all
and
good.
At which point that would be the other half.
I was more interested that we're not depleting the entire kitty
No.
all
and
at once.
I know Kevin went over this, but we have looked at our budget and it is covering all of the programs that we have endeavored to do so far and into the future to secure those. And then we know that we are building up, and at that second point, which is why it was structured in 2 payments,
Right.
we will get that second payment to them when that is available at the earliest September.
Because there will be another deal.
Oh, yes.
That's
We
just
we
how it
know
works.
this is a 20-year 2C thing. We know that we're still in our baby phases, but this is an amazing
I know, we're
opportunity
doing good.
to get offered and be able to do as the city of Glenwood Springs in year 1.
Yep.
So
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Council Shack.
Regarding Workforce Housing Advisory Board funding recommendation for mobile home park preservation, I would move that we approve the $1.5 million of 2C funding, subject to the following. Number one, it will be in 2 tranches, as mentioned, one as close to closing as necessary, the second after September of 2025, whenever the 2C board feels like there's sufficient funding to fund the other half. And that it also is contingent, the loan would be amortized at whatever interest rate is recommended by staff. I don't even have to put a rate in, okay?
No.
And that the conditions of the loan being forgiven are based on the desires, the best formation of the desires of the council that were stated tonight, emphasizing it remains resident owned to whatever extent we can comply with 2C funding, 2C requirements based on prior projects, that we move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have,
Would like to, sorry, and would you, subject to final approval of documents by council at a future meeting?
Yes.
okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve. I'm looking for a second. Councilor Zelinski.
A second.
Thank you. Motion is second. I don't know if our voting thing works, so we just,
We'll try it.
Any comments or-
3 comments.
any comments?
all right, we got the comments.
Yeah, I'm still up.
I know. All right. Opening public comments. Anybody here to comment on this item? Please come forward, state your name and whether you live in the city or not.
And thanks for your patience.
Good evening, guys. I am Sam Philbin. I'm the president of the Glen Valley Cooperative.
Nice.
And I have had my home in the park for 21 years. And first of all, I wanted to thank all of you for your time and consideration. When the residents in our park found out that our park was for sale, it was a tremendous amount of stress and fear and worry. We don't want to lose our friends, family, and neighbors of our community because they can no longer afford their homes. These funds will stop our residents from suffering hardship and breaking up the community, and from many of the members losing their homes, especially our fixed income families. Our community really does take pride in the individual homes and lots. The community is a safe, peaceful, and well-kept environment that is truly a joy to live in. Could never thank you all enough for helping us to achieve the goal in keeping our community affordable and together. And it really is a wonderful place. We love it. So thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody online? I didn't even check earlier. Anybody online? See none? Okay, close the public portion, bring it back to council. Any discussion on council? And we'll start with Councilor Schachter. Do you want to say something?
I would.
Okay.
It is hard for me to be dispassionate about this because we have worked so long, and I know it is a heavy lift for some of our new members, but this is a culmination of years of work. And recently, this council, as well as 2C, elevated this, not knowing this opportunity was coming, to the highest level in our housing goals at this point. I can assure you, this is one of the most incredible opportunities we've faced for housing. We have a willing seller, we have a willing co-op, and the economics work where many Thistle Rock proposals do not. And in terms of what Hannah said, I'll share it with you. The dollar cost per unit, whether you calculate it by workforce member, household numbers, is the best dollar value we have seen in all the 2C projects, without question. I know it is important to go forward. There will be replenishment of funds. It is unlikely to find a park like this within our city limits that has been so well maintained by the residents and fairly benevolent owners, as well as not having huge geological and infrastructure issues. So we are getting, for relatively low cost, fully intent with all our long-term goals, meeting 2C requirements to the hilt, as well as other benefits to our economy, a great deal. And I strongly encourage support for this. And I trust we will come back and have a chance to review the conditions that we want and make this a success. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Townsley.
I see this.
You're on the bottom.
It's not a forgivable loan if a whole bunch of things happen, because I don't think anybody's going to sit up here and say, we want to foreclose on all these people. So to me, that's not it's a forgivable loan right off the bat, no matter what happens. Yeah, I think if we approach it that way, then I'm a lot more comfortable with it, because when's the city going to foreclose on their residents? I don't think that's a very viable option. The two tranches, I'm assuming there's some way to go ahead and go to closing. I've been in finance all my life. Usually you need money at closing when you go to closing. So if we're providing money after closing, we'll sort it out. I mean,
I can speak to that.
Okay.
The residents, they're gonna apply for a bridge loan in the meantime.
Okay.
And then when we come up with the second tranche, we'll be able to help pay that down.
okay. And then my last comment would be, I know we're new counselors on here, whatnot, and this has been going on for a long time. You've obviously been working on this for quite a while. In the future, I would like a little more, other than from Friday till today, make a decision on the exact amount of money. I would like more timing, more ability to question a little bit and get more information. I'm supportive of the project, but I think as we deal with it, that's kind of a quick dump on 3 new people and maybe everybody here without having enough time to okay, do this. We'll get you some paperwork after the fact. I like the language that Sumner put in. Excuse me, Counselor.
All right.
I'm sorry, Sumner.
I answered both.
Okay. So, I like the language and I'm assuming that legal can do it. That'll make us happy, but I think we should have that in there. And other than that, those are my comments.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Councilor Zelinski.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I did some canvassing in your neighborhood and it's lovely. And so it's clear that there's a lot of pride of ownership there and I'm enthusiastic to maintain that. And I think back in 2019, this mobile home park preservation and owner, the ROC model, it was new to me. I read an article and I'm pretty sure I contributed to a crowdfunding to that Animus View down in Durango. I remember that. So I've been kind of following this concept. So I'm super excited to be able to foster that in my own community. So thank you for the work you do.
Thank you. Counselor Schachter.
I'll be fast. Maybe our attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, and I want to address what you said. Carl, can I have your attention for a second? I think it's critical, Dave, that it be forgivable because there will be a condition that should the co-op sells this, then it would be a clawback for principal and interest.
Yeah, I mean,
So
in
that's
my mind,
why
I was, as you were talking, I was thinking the one circumstance that I would want that. No, we're not,
Thank you.
I would not want to foreclose on residents of Glenwood Springs, unless there was a remarkable set of circumstances that led me to do that. And it would probably be more in the context of protecting a position as a second against a foreclosure on the first.
Thank you.
Counselor Smith.
I came here almost giddy with enthusiasm for this proposal because I'm just so committed to the notion of helping people who are paying rent on their homes to become owners of their homes. And in this case, the complete tiers of their homes. A key, one of many features of being a homeowner, ground to roof, is the opportunity to do new and creative things with your property, in this case, a collective property. And there are many ripples from those two thoughts that I've had that I can go on at great length, but it's not necessary to do because I think I can encapsulate it for the sake of tonight's action. In the staff report for this proposal, there is basically a sample action, a two-part proposal. And the second one says that details of restrictions will be memorialized and worked out later, but may include various mechanisms that are listed here in order to ensure the use of the property as a mobile home park in perpetuity. Perpetuity is a powerful word and can be a very binding word. Combined with mobile home park makes me flinch. I want to be sure that people who own this and people who come to own it later can decide to do something different collectively. If they want to do different kinds of structures, we're not locking into a particular form of housing. And as it stands now, as I understand it, this motion doesn't correct that measure, that implication from the staff report. So either I can't vote for it, or I'd like to get my lick in and say that I'd like to see if other council members seem to think this is on the right track, that the conditions that the attorneys work out and the planning staff work out and bring back for the council to consider change that phrasing to something more like owner-occupied affordable housing, or housing with whatever adjectives you do or don't think are appropriate, rather than specifying mobile home in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Small.
So that's one of the differences in fulfilling the goals of the funding that's being provided to begin with. That should be, if that kind of language needs to be incorporated into this, then the loan needs to be repaid. It doesn't need to be donated. So it's an important distinction in the language because of all of the things that happen that none of us foresee. like my suggestion that the primary funder gets bought out by somebody else. And they decide, they own the property, they make demands on the loan that can't be met. And, things can happen that none of us foresee. In 30 years, it's not going to be the same people in this room anywhere. At this table, in the audience, it's going to be a whole different world. And we're trying to say we're going to keep the world the way it is now in 30 years with this mechanism that we're doing. So it's difficult.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter.
I would address both if I can to Councilman Smith's. I believe at this point, we have delegated that detail to our attorney and staff, given what we said. One of the things you said is, all we have to do is say it remains a resident-owned community. It doesn't dictate what the co-op allows those owners to put on their site. We have not memorialized an overlay that says it's a trailer park. That's one thing I expect to come out of the documents. The second thing I would say to Councilor Small, this is tough. It's a heavy lift. We can't predict what's going on 30 years from now, but I can pretty well predict with great certainty what would happen 30 months from now if we did not do this. And remember our Sursa guy talking about the best interest of the community. 30 months from now, if this did not happen, there would be unaffordable rent increases to the residents or a massive displacement of workforce, students, and people. It's our job within reason to forestall that. And if there is a clawback provision, 30 years from now, this thing's sold, I don't care who the lender is. If it's no longer a resident community, whoever's around in 30 years has legal recourse to getting that loan back because it's no longer forgivable. So that's why all those things are being juggled a different weight, but I appreciate the concern. How do we wait 30 years from 30 months? I think we're going to get help from legal to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl, let me see if I get this right. So we will see this entire thing again with your recommendations and everybody's recommend. And at that point, we can do whatever we need to do to make us feel comfortable.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
forward.
I think at that point, I'm comfortable with the motion on the table, the direction that we're getting. With due respect to Councilor Smith, I didn't hear anybody else pick up that suggestion. So I think based on the information I have in front of me, we can start working on this
I guess my point was tonight is not the night to iron out the details. The details are here to be looked at when you come back with the document.
Yeah, I think when you have something to look at and respond to, and to Councilor Townsley's point, part of the reason why I was unintentionally glib about, no, I couldn't get to you in 3 weeks, is that I might be able to get it to you in 3 weeks, but you're only going to have 5 days to look at it, and you probably want more than because in my world, I really have 10 days to get it done for a meeting that's 3 weeks away because of the packet deadlines. And I want to make sure you guys have more time than that.
I guess everybody's clear that we will see this again, and we will have another opportunity to iron out details and subtract or add conditions to what we feel is right. At this point, it's really just, shall we move forward with the 1.5 million or not? And if I don't see any more comments, I will call for the question.
Did you vote?
No, not yet.
Just so you know, an abstain means yes.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
For that reason, among others, it's just irresponsible to abstain at any.
I didn't think it went.
I don't, my invitation was still there.
Yeah,
I probably timed out.
Random.
Okay,
It's not going through.
Danielle, let's redo it. Okay, let the record be known that Steve Smith voted yes.
The motion passes with Steve Smith voting yes, Sumner Schachter voting yes, Ray Schmall voting against, Mitchell Weimer voting yes, Marco Dame voting yes, Aaron Solinsky voting yes, David Townsley voting yes. You guys are all counselors, mayors, and mayor pro tem.
That's right. Thank you, Danielle. Well, thanks for your patience. This took a little longer, but we are where we are. And with any luck, we'll see you again in 3 weeks to iron out the details, but who knows? We may still be here. So this is something I've never done before, but I'm gonna call for a second recess of 5 minutes. Call to order not even the second half, it's the third, whatever. it is.
Third quarter.
Third quarter,
Or third period. sorry.
third period, there you go,
Second.
of tonight's council meeting. And we are moving to our first ordinance tonight. It is ordinance 2025-15. Before we get there, I'm actually entertaining a motion to go past 10 o'clock. We need to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock. So, Councilor Zelinski, please.
I would like to move that we extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
Councilor Shachter.
Second.
Thank you. Can you turn me on?
It's inappropriate.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Thank you, Councilor Weimer. Appreciate the honesty. We're still not gonna let you go, though. That's just it. Yeah. All right, item 12, ordinance 2025-15, authorizing the use of speed cameras.
Good evening, council. We had a work session on this earlier. This particular piece of it is amending the municipal code to authorize the use of speed cameras, has some definitional sections in there. It's just all the backbone for it. What you'll see at the next meeting, if you pass it tonight, it will be on the consent agenda. And then you will also see either on the consent agenda or separately a resolution designating those areas that we talked about at the work session as to where they're going to be implemented at. And the reason we're doing that via resolution is discussed, they can be moved around and we can change those designated corridors. We don't need to amend the code to do that. We can do that by resolution. So this is simply the authorization, first reading in the code to use speed cameras in Glenwood Springs. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Questions to Carl at this point? See none, thank you. Anybody from the public like to comment on this ordinance? We'll see none, bring it back to council, entertaining a motion in ordinance 2025-15. Councilor Zelinski.
I move to approve ordinance 2025-15, which authorizes the use of speed cameras.
Thank you. We have a motion, and Councilor Shachter.
I'll second the motion with the additional comment that this has been vetted in a workshop for a fairly lengthy period of time today. So it is not new to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion on council's end? Councilor Smith.
I agree that this has been thoroughly presented and very carefully researched by the department and seems like a good thing to try. I am skeptical. I'm hopeful that it is indeed ends up changing behavior as different from just annoying people with fines. I'm a bit skeptical that at only $40 a pop is going to do that. But want to watch the attempt and see what we learn from it. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Any other comments? See none, I'll call for the question.
Steve.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Danielle. Moving on to item 13, ordinance 2025-16, budget supplemental, one reading.
Thank you, Mayor. Several times a year, we amend our current year budget for things that we've carried over from previous years that we didn't get done, for things that you guys ask us to do during the course of the year, and for things that I might forget to leave out of the budget. So this is one of those ordinances. We'll probably have two more after this one.
Okay, thank you. Questions to Steve? Councilor Weimer.
Steve, anything you want to highlight on this? Is this all stuff that we've sort of inflicted upon ourselves, so to speak, or?
Yeah, there's nothing unusual on there with the exception of the A&I discretionary grants that I just simply forgot to put on the budget last year. I just missed it.
Your honesty is appreciated.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? No, thank you. Anybody from the public like to comment on this item? We'll see none. We'll close the public portion, bring it back to council, entertaining a motion in ordinance 2025-16. And we got Councilor Zelinski.
I move to approve ordinance 2025-16, which approves a budget supplemental. and first reading.
We have a motion to approve and Counselor Townsley.
I second it.
And a second. Motion second to approve. Any discussion on councils? And here, and we got the Counselor Smith.
I would pleased with many of the things on this list, and the efficiency of kind of watching out for those details that it represents. Particularly was pleased to see $382,562 reallocated from last year to this year for cleaning up and repairs at the downtown parking garage. I continue to hear comments about its condition, including a correspondence just 2 days ago. So the timing was great. I could tell them things are being done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? See none, we'll call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 14, ordinance 2025-17, tax incentive rebate code amendment.
Good evening again.
Hi, Hannah.
Hannah Klausman, Community and Economic Development Director. Ordinance 2025-17 is an update to our tax incentive rebate code amendment that you had a work session on earlier this evening. We're looking at 3 changes tonight as a proposal in front of you. Adding a maximum rebate cap of $500,000, that is new. Allowing for kind of 2 different timelines to occur, one being slightly faster with receiving a majority of the rebate in years 1 and 2, as opposed to the 5-year option that we have currently, which could remain or will remain. This is just adding a different timeline option, and then also adding in facade and tenant improvements as an allowed expense for that total expense package, the total allowable rebate, or $500,000, whichever is the cap there. Those are the major changes. I can speak to and answer any questions about our current program that we just updated, but this is all in an effort to make it more applicable to more businesses so that we can support large and small and have that be applicable in more instances. And I will keep it very brief with that. Thank you so much. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Hannah.
Before we have questions, I did want to mention something we did not mention at the two small details that we didn't mention at the work session because they're not huge, but I think they're meaningful. One is to make this a one-time application so you don't have to come in every year with all of your paperwork after year 1. The other one is that it would be applicable looking back to tax year 2024. As long as you apply, as the program is always, if you apply by July 15th of the year following the first year that you're applying for. So just to make sure businesses understand that there is that look back. And also the one-time piece hopefully makes it easier for businesses to avail themselves of this.
Okay, thank you for the input. Questions from council to staff and Counselor Townsley?
Yes, so if we're going back to tax year 2024, it's just retroactive for people that didn't provide.
Push the button.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
So it is retroactive. And how are we going to get word out to those people so that somebody doesn't go, oh, I didn't know about that?
So we have revamped those efforts. Jacob Zook, who you guys have all met, who's pretty amazing. He's great with data. He's also great with community engagement. We have him working with the chamber to get this information out through them, as well as our other partner organizations. And I will literally put him on the street walking around door to door if you'd like. I would just say, I say that flippantly, but in all honesty, we realized that there was a gap in putting this information out. And we've renewed that effort, and we now have the staff capacity to do so, which is huge. We haven't had that for several years in my department, so I'm very thankful that we're at that point. And if you guys have recommendations of presentations, realtor associations, all sorts of things, we will take this act on the road and make sure that it's out there more prominently so businesses are aware. And also, as a reminder, and we did this in our onboarding with new council members, if you recall, every business license that comes through the city, so every person that applies for a business license comes through community development. My planners have all been prepped on this so that they can relay that information. And so it's a great touch point. There are some businesses that don't necessarily always apply for a license, but we get those communications going in other ways. So we do have that opportunity to reach everyone that's coming in.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Schachter, next.
Just a question, Hannah, in regard to Counselor Townsley's question. In terms of the retro 2024, is it relatively easy for you to look at the permits that would apply and let them know that they're able to do this, either the building department or you?
Absolutely. And we've actually already started doing that with the last
Yeah.
couple weeks ago, I guess. That seemed like ages ago.
Yeah, it
Years. I'm 50 now, by the way.
One
but
mountain
yes,
after another.
we can easily identify.
Meet deadline.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Any other questions? No? Thank you. Thank you. Public, would the public care to come forward? Please state your name, whether you live in the city or not.
My name is Spencer Chu. I do live within the city limits, and as most of you know, maybe some of the newer councilors less so, this has been sort of a hot button issue for me with some of the past.
Just by the way, you have 3 minutes.
Perfect. With some of the past proposals for this sort of thing. One, I just want to say I sat in on the discussion earlier today. I really appreciate both the thought and time that all of you have put into this, and I appreciate the focus on the consistency and equity. When this issue first came to my attention, that was frankly, my biggest concern and biggest frustration was that I felt like it was something that was sort of like hidden or an insider game. And I really appreciate both the efforts to make it consistent and equitable across our community and the efforts of Hannah's office to help get the word out a little bit more about this sort of thing. I just have a few comments that are mostly coming out of the work session earlier today. The first one is kind of echoing some of what I think Councilor Schatcher brought up, was it would be really interesting if I'm sure everybody's got plenty of work, but if there was capacity to sort of revamp that economic development plan, given that the last one's from 2008, I think we're in a little bit of a different economic climate than then, thankfully. So it would be really interesting to see kind of what the future like 20-ish years for our town could be from an economic development perspective. I love the inclusion of more businesses in the current ordinance. I feel like this has gone a long way to make things more consistent and equitable for businesses within our community. And the last thing that I would say is, I know there was some discussion about this during the working session, and I expressed this via an email to the council as well. I appreciate all of the updates and changes that were made to the ordinance. I do still have some concerns about the inclusions of the leasehold improvements and signage stuff, despite the fact that that would directly positively impact my business. And the reason for that is twofold. One, I worry from the rents perspective that this is the sort of thing that would allow landlords to command a higher price than they otherwise would, because they know that tenants can ask for subsidy from the city for tenant improvements that otherwise you may be able to ask a landlord for a credit for. So that's just one concern, not something that I'm like deeply angry about, but just a comment that I wanted to make. And the other thing that on kind of the same subject that I wanted to bring up is just, I think I have had some concerns about the counterfactual that if these existing buildings rather than net new buildings stay empty, that they would just be empty forever and we would never get any sales tax revenue from them. I think similar to the rent comment, that there is sort of this like landlord rent discussion that could happen instead of incentive from the city for redeveloping existing spaces. So that's just where my concerns and comments are coming from. So yeah, appreciate the time and really
Thank
appreciate
you very
all the
much.
thought.
Thanks for your patience.
Wrong meeting.
It's all good. I'm glad you came forward. Thank you. All right, so, okay, anybody else from the public like to come forward? Nobody online? Okay, close the public portion, bring it back to council. Entertaining a motion in ordinance 2025-17. Councilor Zelinski, please.
I would like to move to approve ordinance 2025-17 tax incentive rebate code amendment.
Thank you. Looking for a second, Councilor Schachter.
Second the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Councilor Weimer. No, I'm sorry, Councilor Townsley first. Yes.
Either way, two things. One, I had reservations tonight before our work session, so I thought that was good. I thought Hannah did a great job of answering some questions there, and Carl, as far as, okay, if we're doing signage and leasehold improvements, I'm more comfortable with that now, and that, despite, and we never know how that conversation would go, whether it was a landlord, wanting higher rent or whatnot, but I'm more comfortable with that based on what we talked about tonight. The other thing that I had asked Hannah that she assured me is if somebody comes in, we're not giving up our rights to exceed this or do something else if we still want to do a one-off, or if somebody wants to bring Trader Joe's in and we'd all be lynched if we didn't somehow manage to get it here.
Sure.
We can still go above and beyond this on a one case basis. We're not limiting ourselves. So we're just limiting the automatic portion, as I understand. And other than that, I feel much better about it tonight than I did coming in.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Councilor Weimer.
I have read the thing and I like it and I approve of it.
On the last 3 hours you have?
Yeah.
Good.
I've had some time to do some reading of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the honesty. I had to
Yeah,
go.
absolutely. And, but I would just encourage, I didn't know there was a 208 version of the thing, but I would encourage us to continue to stay pointed toward the goal of a comprehensive, holistic, thoughtful economic development strategy. Because I think that, like I said a couple of weeks ago, that umbrella, I think, is going to really help us, all of us, identify what those critical tenets are, what's most important to us, and re-examine the quiver and all of the tools within it. And the economic times have changed, right? And retail has changed, and so much has changed. And so I would love, and I'm happy to toss my hat into that ring as much as I can, but to help out and provide some support or whatever with that. But I would love for the summer, sometime later in the year, that we have like a really kind of meaty, productive, strategic discussion around economic development.
Robust.
Super robust.
We can't let go of it, can we? So excellent. Thank you. Councilor Selinsky.
So I'm just really pleased to see this, as a member of the business community, I can speak to what would have really benefited my business at the time. I like that this is automatic, and I can really attest to how enthusiastic our community and economic development department is around this topic. And so I think that, as we move forward with a more comprehensive economic development plan, I hope that we can also include some public feedback with that, because I think community feedback would be valuable. But also just, really recognize the assets that we have and how much work has already gone into this. We've got the business book about to come out and some other resources. And so, we really are moving forward at a much more rapid pace than I've ever seen in this arena since my association with the city. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Any other comments? We'll see none. I got just a quick little thing. Yeah, I would echo everything I heard. What you said earlier with it made more sense to you, how it was explained. I have to be honest, to me too, and I've heard this 5 times. So this made the work session this afternoon was actually very productive in my opinion. So it made a whole lot of sense to me, and I am in full support of what Councilor Weimer said with our strategic economic development plan to move forward and have a long work session or multiple work sessions to figure this out. So with that said, I will call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Thanks, Carl. Thank you for being here, Spencer. For this long, you can go home now. Yeah, you can. Yeah. So, I mean, you can. It's not a problem, but it's all good.
Thank you.
It's all good. Excellent. Moving on to item 15, ordinance 2025-18, enforcement of municipal ordinances on parklands outside the municipal boundaries.
Hi. Carl Hammond Legal. So change in state statute this year acknowledged that municipalities oftentimes own parklands outside their corporate boundaries. And one of the disconnects that has always been part of that is who enforces what regulations on those municipal lands that are owned outside of the corporate boundaries. The statute authorizes now us to enforce our rules and regulations on those pieces of parkland, so long as we identify what they are via ordinance. And so with Rodney's help and John's help, we have developed what you see in the packet tonight, which is just a list of the sections of municipal code that would be applicable to parklands outside of corporate limits. As of today, that means primarily or exclusively South Canyon. And that's actually, and when you think about what we talked about last meeting with the, enforcement on the trails and staying off the trails and all those kinds of things, this really opens up for us to be able to do a better job managing those properties that we own, like South Canyon, that are designated as parks. And happy to answer any questions, but it really is just enabling and authorizing that enforcement capability out there.
Okay, thank you. Questions to Carl? We'll start with Councillor Schmal, please.
Can we designate parkland outside of municipal boundary with the with the agreement of the actual property owner? Like the stuff up above Walmart.
Yeah, no, and that's an interesting question that's kind of maybe step 2 of this. I think potentially, I would need to be honest. I need to go back and look in whether or not we need to own it or not. That would be, and that is a long history on that particular parcel and why the city has historically not wanted to own it. But certainly something we can look at. But I can't answer it off the top of my head. I apologize.
Thank you. Councillor Schachter, next.
Well, question, you've got 35 items here. Since we're talking about South Canyon, I don't know the ordinance. Do we have anything in our city limits about public nudity that would apply there? And should it? Well, we got the
Springs. Oh.
I mean, is that something that should be on the list? I don't know. I'm just.
I don't. Only use Councillor.
Well, I happened to go by
there the other day. No, maybe currently I was looking to.
Don't spend a lot of time.
No, I was looking to John. We'll take a look on second reading if there's something in there. We didn't identify that as one of the things, and I think it would have popped up for all of us in the context of.
Watch your language.
No pun intended.
All right.
I wasn't there either.
No, let's just move on.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you. I assume from the typical interaction among staff and consulting on preparing something like this, that the police are okay with this. As different from letting the sheriff's office continue.
Yeah,
to do what
they
do.
prepped the list.
Okay.
So, but.
But okay, not just with the list, but with the extra tasks, with the extra workload.
Council John Hessel, Deputy Chief. Yeah, it is something that we're willing to take on. There are several ordinances that exist in the municipality that do not exist in the state statute and therefore are not enforceable out in the county, up in South Canyon specifically. Dog at large, camping, some of the discon fighting statutes that we do have. So it will be a little bit more of a pull for us because of limited resources, but I think it's something that has to happen as we get more and more people on the trails up there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, we'll see none. We'll open the public portion. Anybody from the public here that'd like to comment? Nobody online either. We'll close the public portion. Thank you. Back to council entertaining a motion in ordinance 2025-18, and we got Councillor Schachter.
Regarding ordinance 2025-18, enforcement of municipal ordinances on parklands outside the municipal boundaries. I would move that we pass the ordinance as presented.
Thank you. A motion to approve. Looking for a second. Councillor Selinsky.
Second.
Excellent. Motion and a second to approve. Any comments on council end? Councillor Smith, please.
One thing that at one time seemed a small one to me, except that in a conversation with the city manager, I realized and the police chief earlier, the gun range is kind of a bigger deal than I thought it was. With the police now, the monitors and enforcers out there, it seems that kind of amps up that interaction, or can. So all the more reason to get that shared use or non-use sorted out seems to me to be a good priority. If individual council members can help with those negotiations, I'm happy to be one of those. Because I've heard about it from constituents, and so it just seems like with your new authority, it may pop up some concern from the other side, and all the more reason to get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Small.
No. Well, I don't know what all of that talk about the gun range was all about. I'm completely ignorant about it. But I'd like to know what that's about. And I hope that the speed cameras will help finance the additional patrol area.
Good point. Any other comments? Okay, just doubling up on Councillor Smith's comment about the gun range, and it goes here and it doesn't go here, but did we make any progress from the last discussion that we had with them 6 months ago, maybe? No. It's not,
I think that's a.
I understand. So let me finish and say, I'd love to hear an update at some
Fair
point
enough.
where we're at. I know this South Canyon, soon everybody says South Canyon, I'm thinking gun range, and what are we gonna do?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I
So
think
we
that-
need an update.
Yeah, we can, I think, at a later date, but yes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. With that, I'll call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Excellent, thank you. Moving into 16 tourism promotion contract, and I think that's Steve for us.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We have a 2.5% accommodations tax that's levied for against our short-term rentals and hotels and motels. That goes to fund a tourism promotion contract. Historically, that's been with the Chamber of Commerce. We haven't taken that out to bid in a very long time. It's been about 14 years. There's a number of reasons for that. Over the last year or so, we've tried to prepare the Tourism Management Board to take a little bit more active role. And you guys had asked me to go out and check in with some other communities and that kind of thing. So the question tonight is, do we think it's time to go ahead and take that contract out for bid like we would most contracts?
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Any questions to Steve Boyd? Councillor Schachter first.
What has been the more stimulated board's reaction to that, Steve?
We've been working on this for a while, and so they're aware that we're doing this. The contractor is aware, the chamber's aware. This doesn't surprise anybody.
Are they open or in favor of it, or
Danielle?
leaving it up to?
No, don't touch it.
Sorry, I turned it off.
Yep.
Have they taken a position in regard or just been informed?
They've been informed, but they haven't objected. I mean, I think that they agree that it's probably time we do this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Townsley.
So it doesn't sound like this is something that's going up for a vote. Of course, as I read this, or maybe it is, but I would definitely be in favor of.
No,
taking
we're
it out
gonna
to
we're
bid.
gonna vote on this.
We are gonna vote
Mhm.
on this. Okay,
Yep.
okay, then I'll hold.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Small.
I would suggest that this council ought to consider not only letting it to bid, but giving more direction as to what that promotion should be and how much promotion. And until we come to some conclusion about that, I'm not sure that we can actually put something out to bid.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor? It's not a question. It's not a question. Okay, so we're thinking about getting at, have we thought about bringing it in-house?
It's a consideration we've had. When we go through this process, we'll have to develop that option a little bit further.
And as to Councillor Small's comment, do we have a guideline or a parameter of what we're looking for?
Yeah, I mean, I think we know the parameters of, in terms of money that we've got to spend. I think going out to bid and seeing who's out there that would like to help us do this will help us inform what council wants to do in terms of a contract with, and a scope of work that we ultimately end up with.
So we'll get the final scope of work when we see the proposals coming in.
Yeah.
And then we can decide if we want to, we even consider it, bring it
Yeah.
in-house and, or.
We'll get proposals in. We'll probably invite between 2 and 4 firms to come out, you know, give them whatever information they need. They'll probably give, you know, a presentation of some time. You guys can answer some questions. We'll select a vendor, and then from there, we'll negotiate a final scope of work.
Or go a different direction. Whatever we want to do.
Whatever decision council wants to
Okay.
make, yeah.
Okay. That sounds fair. Thank you. Councillor Zelinski, please.
Would the Tourism Management Advisory Board be part of that selection process, or do they vet the applicants? Just curious.
We've done it a couple of different ways. I think we might want to talk to that board about having 1 or 2 of them sit on a selection committee.
Okay, got it. I think that's a good idea.
Okay, excellent. Any other questions? No, we'll see none. Anybody from the public? Nobody online either? No, close the public portion, bring it back to council, entertaining a motion to do something with the tourism promotion contract. Gotta do something. Gotta do something. And, oh, you're lined up. Sorry, I didn't see you. Councillor Zelinski.
I would like to move to put the tourism promotion contract out for bid.
Okay, we have a motion to send it out to bid. I'm looking for a second, and that's Councillor Schachter.
Second the motion.
Motion and second to put it out to bid with any discussion. Councillor Weimer.
I support this and another plug, I guess on behalf of Aaron and myself, just how proud we've been in watching the Tourism Management Board mature and really kind of become so much more self-empowered over the last 6 months. It's really been very cool to see. And to Councillor Schmall's earlier comment, I guess, or question, over the last maybe year, we've really redeveloped our entire tourism management strategy. We have a very cool document now that's very prescriptive as far as what the goals are, why those goals are, how they self-reinforce, what the priorities are. There's no dollar amounts listed next to those things because that's a very sort of different approach to it, but it's a very sort of clear and guiding document as to what this city's priorities are with respect to tourism management and very secondarily tourism promotion. So that document's out there. It should be on the site somewhere if you can find it. And if not, we
board and commission subject to it?
ideally, yes.
Or tourism. Steve might know.
Yeah, and it's just very well thought out and very, yeah, I think we should be very proud of that document.
Okay.
Destination management, I can send it out to you guys if you'd like.
Okay, excellent. Any other comments tonight on this? Okay, we'll see none. With that, we'll call for the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're nearing the end of tonight's meeting. I know it'll happen at some point. Steve, do we need to move this still, or you think we can have a half hour and get this to a certain level that you're comfortable with?
Yeah, no, I think we should try it.
We should try it? Okay, then let's get through the end of it. So I move on to council comments, and I'm doing what I always do. I'm going to start with Councillor Townsley. None. Counselor Small? Thank you. Counselor Smith?
Thank you, Mayor.
Microphone? Thank you.
Thank you again. I continue to receive comments in the south end of town about the condition of the rock barrier wall along South Midland, and have come to understand, if I'm understanding right, it's not city owned, it's not city responsibility, it's not city damage, but still continue to hear from people. So if at some point we can learn, or at least I can learn a bit more about the situation there and what kind of avenues I might suggest to people who ask about it, that would be helpful. I am delighted at the new sidewalk installations at the community center. The ramp design is much smoother. The flaws are fixed. The turning radius for pedestrians and bicyclists toward the entrances is just great improvements out there. It just really spruced up the place nicely. Similarly, new pavement markings on 10th Street on the approach to Clement Springs Elementary School have been refreshed, creating kind of the artificial bulb outs and just part of the continuing upgrading of the streets markings that benefit pedestrians. Just a funny one today, I was going by one of the Parks Department maintenance spaces, and saw them working away on grass and trimming, and didn't hear any noise. They were using all electric equipment, including a lawnmower you almost couldn't hear, and a trimmer that you could barely hear. Talked to the staff about it. They seem to think the gear works well. It was a really nice contribution to a quiet community. I noticed that the city's Energy and Climate Action Plan progress report includes a call for an annual update, and not so much an update, but a monitoring on implementation progress, and that those are intended to happen every year, but the first one is intended to happen in June of each year in anticipation of the annual budgeting process. Coming right up, I'd love to find an opportunity for City Council to either just hear about that annual update, again, in anticipation of the budgeting process, to see how we're doing on that brand new August 2024 plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Schachter.
No comment.
Thank you, Counselor Weimer.
No, thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem Salinsky.
Super quick. I just noticed today on RFOD's site that next month, I think at the end of this month and next month, there are 2 Linwood Cemetery work days. If anybody is interested in volunteering some time to one of our really cool community resources, that would be awesome.
Okay, thank you. I got nothing. And with that, we move to City Manager.
I'm good.
Good. City Attorney?
25 minutes.
No problem.
I'm good.
Also good. Correspondence. I don't think we had anything. I didn't see anything. Council social event is probably not going to happen tonight. So this is the social event. There's Jello shots in the fridge. So we'll move, next agenda on the item is an executive session pursuant to discussion with city attorney pursuant to CRS 246402-4E for determining position relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategies for negotiations, and instructing negotiators to pursuant to CRS 246402-4B to receive legal advice on specific legal questions, both regarding the South Bridge project. And with that, I entertain a motion to move into executive session. Mayor Pro Tem Salinsky. You read this.
And I swear I wouldn't live. I move to go into executive session pursuant to discussion with city attorney pursuant to CRS 24-26-4024E for determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategies for negotiations, and instructing negotiators in pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B to receive legal advice on specific legal questions, both regarding the South Bridge project.
Thank you. And I'm looking for a second. Councillor Weimer.
I will second that motion.
Excellent. We have a motion and a second. Let's say all in favor. say aye, and those opposed? We'll see none. Thank you. At this point, we'll clear the room and make sure the recorder is on.
We usually turn everyone's mics.
And everyone's mics needs to, yes, we
Yeah.
turn those on. You're absolutely right.
It's been a while.
Sumner, you
Yeah.
have to push your button to get your mic on.
I think Danielle's just gonna turn them all on.
They just go on, okay.
Look at things about our site. People are just dying to get in.
It is.
How are we doing, Danielle?
I didn't think I was gonna be able to come back and pour Spencer's coffee. It was
Just got off the bus
just
or something.
Whatever's on, you know, we can just talk loud.
Yeah,
we-
so,
Just need
Oh,
Ray.
Ray,
Yeah.
We're good.
We need to-
Stop.
we're good. Perfect. Thank you.
Ask them to shut down soon. Keep Zoom recording and close YouTube?
No, I think the other way around.
Other way around.
Close it all.
Don't we have to record it?
We do, but that's.
It's separate.
Oh,
So does he know that?
Yeah, it's just audio.
We need to tell the gentleman